Fuck it. Let's go. Why would I make you wait any longer, right? I have made you wait all day. That's right. You've done nothing today but wait for the Chlorokin stream. That's right. It's true. And your reward is this. Delicious. Nutritious. Juicy. Tasty. You skipped your class for nothing? Bro, if you're skipping your classes to watch my stream, we need to have a long talk, you and I, young man. First of all, I'll admit that I skipped a lot of classes in university, and second of all, I'll tell you that's probably not great. What's going on, peoples? Friends, families? A bit of a late stream today. This is a classic US time zone stream. I do this specifically to make the European chatters upset. Now, why would I do that? Is it because I'm American and we have a rivalry? Not really. I don't really care about that. I just do it because it's fun. No, the real reason I'm late is because sometimes I'll wake up and then I'll just take a little nap. And then before I know it, it's nighttime. So, Chinese time zone stream when I have streamed overnight before, randomly. One time it was like 2:30 and I just ripped the stream on.
Connecting.
That was pretty rad. Was loud. Anyway, hello. Good to see everyone. I hope, I trust, I pray, I calculate that you are doing well, yeah? If not, it's not too late. Hello over on YouTube. Life After and James Mahoney over here just getting it done early. Somehow I accidentally spilled the bean that I was going to stream over on YouTube and they got in my chat like a bunch of cucarachas. Life, what's going on, partner? You making some coffee? I actually made a double strength coffee here, accidentally. I say accidentally because what happened was I ground up twice the amount of beans. And then I went to pour the water, or I went to pick up the water off the kettle, and it's like there wasn't that much water in it. I was like, oh, fuck. One of two options here. I could go get more water and boil it, or I could just pour this small amount of water in this extremely beaninated area. So I'm drinking that now. I would expect for me to be extremely chatty and talkative for like an hour. And after that, I will just start watching videos and falling asleep. Gail on a bike, what's going on? Darkness, how you doing? The Jovian Navigator himself.
Autopilot jumping.
What's up, Jerky? I was about to go to bed. Ooh, see? I'm here to fuck up your sleep schedule. The three throwing out subscriptions to the channel in a reckless manner. The road to 33 begins. You better not give me that many subs. I feel like 1 sub gifted to the channel is generous. 3 is like, you know, what are you doing? 5? It's a fucking hard limit. It's a red line. I'm not going to let you cross it. If you dare try to cross that line, just see what happens. I swear to God. This is a sexy threat. Pour over coffee for the win. Yeah? What's up, Knoxville? He says, don't tell me for... No, for real. Thank you. Don't keep gifting subs, for real. Appreciate y'all, though, no doubt. Lucas is here. Bang Biscuit is here. Parody is here. 3 Musketeers before I even get the stream rolling somehow. The 3 was here as well. 4th Musketeer today. Feels crazy. Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Got a little Outrider here. Outrider. FG, what's going on, Katse? Gravy's in the house. My courtmate Mathrago is here. Gravy was showing me pictures of his setup. He has no monitors. He just has like a thing on his face. And like the screens are just like there. And he just plays Eve like that. He just sits on the couch. I thought they were like mounted screens that it was like snapping onto. No, they're just floating. Anyway, that was pretty neat. Thanks for showing me that. Tutamaru is here. What's going on? Mahoninator is now on Twitch and YouTube, all over the place. Unless it's another Mahone. I got one Mahone flown from Twitch to YouTube. I got another one that just sits on YouTube every once in a while. Mathrigo, where core base? No, Dankravia is. You could be my core mate though, Mathrigo. The problem is you don't like Eve. Damn, Jerry. What's up, Jerry? All right. Mathrigo, hope you're well though, mister. Salsui is here. What's poppin'? The way you delivered that first line with the backbeat for a second, I thought it was going to be your opening bar in a freestyle. Jeez Louise. Life is like a jungle sometimes. Makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Confused cyborg with a follow. All right. We're doing Twitch growth now. We're growing the Twitch stream out here, folks. Oof. Twitch is a zero-sum game. I just stole some motherfucker's follow. That could have gone to some other streamer and I just took it. Yeah, I'm a bit of a capitalist. Yeah, writer's sexier than I expected. Yeah, it does look good, doesn't it? It looks real good, doesn't it? I actually quite like the aesthetic. Gravy says that'll wake you up. The 3, thank you once again. You're cut off. How goes material gathering? Still working on the BP myself. I had a chatter give me the blueprint. Which I know. You don't want to hear that, but I'm just going to cut to the chase and not bury the lead. So I would just be collecting the resonators, I guess. I don't know how it works. I haven't even looked at it. I haven't even started. I had a lovely chatter named Flack Inquisitor donate a blueprint and copy to me, which was pretty epic. Yeah, I like it. This is a bit of a scorpion kind of body plan, which I think is great. I just, you know, Arachnid in general have this plan too sometimes. Hope you're well, Darkness. Gerald says these are amateur hours, so if I wanna fuck over the European chatters with their streaks, I gotta do it at a weird time. Alright. I capitulate. Jerry's still got it. I will find one though. I'm gonna like casually ask him when like his class is or some shit and just schedule it for that time. Lost Soul, how are you? What's going on? I hope you're well. You know, if you type this in a console, you know what it does? So if we go like what's like a pseudo only command? ls black? Is this pseudo only? No, it's not. I can't even think of one. I mean, I guess Pac-Man would work. But basically, if you just type something like fast fetch in bash, if you type just 2 exclamation marks, it sends the last command. So it's just going to fast fetch again. And this is really sweet because if you're like, if you enter a command like Pac-Man install Krita, right? It's going to say you can't do this. But what's cool is instead of retyping that whole thing or pushing up and awkwardly going back, you can just type sudo last message. Boom. Headshot. See that? So cool. What's funny about that is also in my bookmark notation in game, I use exclamation marks to denote end of life status. And since they added the last hour indicator, I've been using 2 exclamation marks for that. So when I tried to name that in bash, it just completely fucks it all up because it's like, oh, you want to run the last command, do you? You got to put it in quotes. I don't know why I'm saying any of this. It's literally because this chatter put 2 exclamation marks in their message. Hey, buddy, how are you? I'm not autistic. You're autistic. Came to the Odyssey? Hell yeah. I don't have it, and I'm probably not going to have it for a while. I do have a blueprint, though. What's up, Subcap? Saw the YouTube thing because I'm subscribed to you? Hell yeah. Much love. Drone Bay coming in with the streak. I wonder who's my longest streak. Is there any way for me to see streaks? Nah, it's just like... Nah. Twitch obfuscates a lot. You ever know, like, have you guys ever streamed before? Like, if you want to look at who your subscribers are, it shits you out like a CSV. It's, like, not even, like, friendly to, like, noobs that want to just read it in the UI, in the browser UI. It's really funny. Channel points I can't see, streaks I can't see. You gotta gigify it and keep the workers in the box. You know what I'm saying? That's how they see it. I'm just out. Little do they know, I'm just out here having fun. Idiots. I'll put it on in class just to spite you. Son of a bitch. How do I ban him from getting notifications? I'm cool, I didn't know that. So hell yeah. I learned something today. Oh, the sudo, or sorry, the new command. Yeah, it's really nice. I use it right now exclusively to sudo the command. I forgot to sudo, but I'm sure there's plenty of uses for it. I'm not autistic, we're autistic. What's up, Super Graybeard? How you doing? On this blessed day, we are all autistic for the things we love. Some of us are actually autistic, though, in chat, so they're just like, what do you... Shut up. So to you guys, I say, share your special interests. I'd love to hear about them. The Odysseus finally hit the markets today at 3.5 billion. I love that. So somebody said the Outrider was like 1 bill plus, which just is hilarious. I built it for like, I don't know, 100 mil or something. And it wasn't even tricky. I just went, got the Pioneer, made a copy, invented it, and built the Outrider. That's it. Speaking of, I have an extra Outrider. Or actually, I have 2 extra Outriders. And a bunch of copies of blueprints. It's going to be really easy to build. For sure. So it's not going to be rare. You doing build orders for him? The, you're talking about you want an Outrider? Cycle says, hope your day is going well. Thank you. Definitely. I'll take a Chloro Outrider. That's awesome. It's the type of thing, if you would have DM'd me, I would have been like, oh, hell yeah. But since you said it in public, I'm going to be like, nah, bro, that's so much work to give it to everybody. I'll hand one out to chat by the end of today if someone reminds me. Pero goes to Discord. What's up, Hellspower? How you doing? Trade fetch Archon the Forge. Bro, you think I have advanced commands like that? I have sweet commands like gas. Hellspower, welcome to the stream. What are you up to? What's going on with you? Are you an Eve player? Because if so, man. Feels good, man. Polish Fish is here. Good afternoon, he says. Afternoon. Ivan, what's poppin', slime? Just checking new expansion stuff? Hell yeah. This is the new shipperino right here. Well, one of them. This may not excite you if you're not cultured like I am, but trust me, this is a big deal, alright? This is a huge deal. I'm making, like, I don't know, my math with my setup, I get like 20% more gas from changing this to a Magus to this. Now, I would be very skeptical of those numbers because I ran them not even on napkins, on like toilet paper. But I'm gonna put it on a cloud. We'll hang out with that later. But I'm in literally no rush to do a damn thing in this goddamn game anymore on my stream. That's just how it's gonna be. I might sit there for 4 hours and not do a damn thing in game sometimes. It's true. It's just how it's gonna be from now on. I'm putting my foot down. No more tryharding. I'm done with that. We're getting another row of the gas sheet for the Outrider scoops. The Outrider. So yeah, I put a little notice here that I'm gonna update the spreadsheet. But what I would say is that yeah, it's definitely gonna be Outrider friendly. I'm also probably gonna make it barge friendly too. A lot of people try to use this for barges, and I feel bad for them. It's just not tuned for them. I'll probably just do an all-in-one, all gas, everything. I kind of know how to do it. I don't want to say programmatically. I just don't know the word. Yeah, I know how to do it with Google Sheets. It shouldn't be hard at all. But it's going to take like a couple hours for me to kind of work through. Just checking new expansion stuff. Yeah, no doubt. So this ship is really cool for me. I'm a big gas head. I like scooping gas. You're gonna see me do it today. And right now I'm rocking 5 accounts with this crew, and one of them's in a Magus and just upgraded to an Outrider. So what that means is that we get a bonus to the gas boosts, the mining boosts that we're doing. A non-insignificant boost to that. The Outrider itself can also scoop gas. I mean, technically, command destroyers can too, but they have a tiny cargo bay. It's not even worth it. This has 20,000 M3 cargo bay for gas. So what happens is you can put some scoops on it, and then as you're boosting, instead of just being the booster and shepherd, you can be the booster, shepherd, and skim gas along the way. That's probably what we're going to see today. Almost had my streak with the late stream. Whew! I tried. What's up, P9? Is that spreadsheet on your Discord? That's this one. I come here for the gameplay. It's all about the spreadsheets, baby. True, true. The Outrider's just Chlorokin's ship. Should have named it Chlorider. And there's other people that have been doing this longer than me that are better at it than me. So you can't say that. But I do like it and appreciate it for what it's worth, Math ago. Blofeld, what's poppin'? How you doing? Greetings from the UK's Texas. Yeehaw! Howdy, partner. All right, we're ready. I got some bread, pulled beef with my coffee. All right, I fuck with that. I don't know what bread... Oh, bread and pulled beef. I read that as bread pulled beef. I'm just like... You pull it with the bread? Here's midnight. I have to sleep because 6 a.m. at work. Ha! I got a victim. What do you think about the Outrider in tandem with the Custodian Venture? Why not? I just think the Prospect's the best gas scooping ship still. And I know barges can get, Exhumers or whatever can get higher rates. But this thing now boosts, I think, the same strength as a Porpoise Unsieged, I believe, right? And that's pretty exciting. Let's take a look at that. Let's get a fact check going here, folks. Yeah, so this is the same bonus that we have here. But you gotta remember, somebody reminded me of this. When you actually activate the industrial core, I believe it gives you, yeah, it gives you another 5% strength on the Tech 1. Let's do the Tech 2. The Tech 2 is 7.5, so you get another bonus on top. So the Porpoise still boosts more than this thing, but if you're in a setup that moves as you scoop, this is on parity with the Porpoise, which is very exciting. It's never been a thing we could experience before. Capiche? Capiche, chatters? Just playing. Really bread with gravy and steak bits? Yeah, I need that. Yeah, I need that. So here's the thing, Ivan, to answer your question so you can go to bed. If you have the skills, it seems like the Prospect is still top dog for a bunch of reasons. If the goal is to get gas and to do it as safe as possible. I'm not even gonna read that out because we're about to start like a fucking pond war here. But I'll say this. I live in a state called Pennsylvania, and we have backwards social attitudes and bigotry here. So I'll speak about only the thing I know. We definitely have that here. So maybe your shit's like Pennsylvania. Ivan says, I mean, as easy entrance to gas because I have another 10 days. Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, you could use a venture right up until you use a prospect. The prospect's just safer. If I can live a nomad life with just one account. Yeah, so that's kind of like what the Odysseus builds a dream upon, in my opinion. A nomad life means you don't like have a station you go back to every day, right? That's kind of how I view this. So if you have one account, you know, you'd probably want to use 2 characters to like stash stuff and drop it and switch between each other potentially. And you can do it. Usually you'd be using like a strategic cruiser to refit to do different things on the fly or catch people. But now the Odysseus is certainly interesting. The problem with the Odysseus, of course, is that it is tremendously expensive, and it doesn't actually help. Honestly, I don't even think the Odysseus is good for mid-game players. I think it's like a late game thing that you do when you've mastered all the systems. Now, that's not going to stop people from using it, but... So the answer is yes. You can use one account and live a nomad life. Yes. I recommend instead of just living in space, you actually do day tripping with one account. Just pick a trade hub and just scan wormholes down and like look, like leaf through them and see what you can find and just see if you can safely harvest that or whatever. Mathrigo says, I only know you. Yeah, no doubt. But basically what I'm trying to get at, Mathrigo, is that I don't give a shit about my place in the gas meta. Legacy wise, I'm good. I'm happy to let Yodick be the guy. I don't think the Pioneer was ever meant to replace a prospect. I think they want to give Alpha something better in mind with. Yeah, 100%. That's 100% true, yeah. This is why I was like, what the fuck? We're getting like an Outrider, which is clearly a gas upgrade. It's also a lot of other upgrades. And then we just got a couple other ships that were like the same as the fucking prospect. I'm like, yikes. Keep working on it, Ivan. My advice is tinted by bias. I have a lot of accounts. I've been doing this now for years, iterating on it, and I have the resources to just test the stuff out. What's up, Flack? How you doing? Zach, what's going on? Any idea what I should be doing with my many cheaply plexed accounts this week? I mean, you want to go gank people in Hyasec? That could be fun. It's also new to me that I don't know what the multi-box options are. Yeah, any short-term stint like this is always, it helps to be set up, but, what about, like, hard abyss content with 3 accounts? Is that a thing people can do? Or, I'm trying to think of something that, like, requires no setup. Sparrow says, CGP wanted players to have something between venture and prospects. Personally, I'm gonna try the Odysseus out replacing the Orca to see how that goes. Yeah, I think if you don't do a gas heavy playstyle, I mean, this is like a direct upgrade in a lot of ways. The Odysseus over the Orca. If you just want to take a cloud every once in a while, it's nice. 3 finally got a Tech 3 cruiser. It's in the name. What cruiser did you choose? 3. Anyone let me know if you want to try living in a C-13? Yeah, I got a buddy Shamo that does good work for C-13 peoples. Let me see if I can link that. This is a Discord called Nomadic Living, run by a friend of mine called Shama Runner. He specializes in C-13s. Like I have 13s seeded. He has 13s seeded. C-13s are extremely commonly seeded. The problem with C-13Cs is that using them is a pain in the ass. But it's not that bad compared to other things in this game. Day tripping from Nola's Cozy. Oh, I bet it is. What's going on, Redacted? Welcome, everybody. Flack, thank you again for the blueprint yesterday. Let me know if you get cold feet and want that back. Here's the C-13 Discord if anybody needs it. Shama Runner is one of my favorite Eve players. Don't tell him I said it though. He'll get a big ego. He's an emu. He farms emus, IRL. Like raises them, right? That's wild. Managed to sell some for almost $2 billion a piece yesterday. Did you actually spec it? Do you find joy in that? That's awesome. What's up, Blitz? How you doing, mister? It was nice chatting with you yesterday. Techno Troll is here as well. Howdy doody dandy. Why do I say that? Because it's fun to say. All right, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers down by the howdy doody dandy. All right. If you had a microphone and people actually listened to you, you would say some dumb shit too. Trust me. Trust me. My girlfriend has 3 pet emus. That's so sick. I approve of your girlfriend. I think you've chosen well just based on that information. Which stations sell the new destroyer blueprint? So if you go into Outer Ring and look at the market, you'll see the Pioneer blueprints on the market at a few stations. See well. And then you can copy those to get copies, invent the copies, and then make Outriders if you want. Does she ride them into battle? Of course, what's the point? I should do a Skinner skin for this, I guess. Outer Ring is a region. So if you look at here, I'll show you in a minute. Let me recloak. Pretty much all the advice we give in EVE Online is built on other advice that may or may not be known. For example, do you know every single region and its location and like exactly this, that, and the third? I don't know, maybe. Maybe you do. Maybe you're a gangster. I'm not. Let's look at this real quick. So if we go to the New Eden map and we look, zoom out a little bit, Outer Ring is this region all the way up here, right above Initiative's fountain region out here. So Outer Ring is a region, kind of snaky-like. Just go here, anywhere in here. Being careful of this area right here by my mouse, because this is where a lot of people are dying. Yeah, you can see 35 people died here in the last day. So if you go out here and search the market, just open the market and type Pioneer Blueprint, you'll see the blueprints. There's multiple stations that sell them. Hopefully that's helpful. Can we agree this Outrider ship looks sick as heck though? I think it does look good. It's very like utilitarian in its aesthetic. It's not as like cozy, I think, as like a Venture, because Venture is one of the best looking ships ever designed, like for industrial purpose at least. But this has kind of like the vibes of, you know, an arthropodic crab or scorpion or spider kind of style of body plan. A lot of spiders keep their first two pairs of legs forward. I think this is really cool looking though. It's kind of hard to argue that this is bad. Unless you just don't like warships.
Underscore diplomat says
G?
I'm an Amish. I'm an Amish and I'm smoking big doinks. Flex arm emoji. Flex arm emoji.
I do like Amish people. I do actually like, I do like that. I've never met an Amish person anywhere in the state that I didn't vibe with, which, you know, I guess I haven't met that many. What's up, Curson? Outer Ring's that shadow place. To be fair, I just flew a scepter in there and flew out after buying it. It wasn't a huge deal. But good night, Ivan. Take care, buddy. A Tech 1 Abyssal with an Outrider? That's so sick. Spooky, how you doing, buddy? Flax says, I didn't catch the air boosters volatility back in the day. Interesting. I imagine it's
Jack
fun
Ray
if you're doing it
docking
like,
request denied.
as kind of like a game. What's up, dude? How you doing? You 150 to 200 seeds so far? Legendary. You'll appreciate Rizio and her seed army, I'm sure. Maybe you'll have more seeds than her one day. Spooky, what's poppin'? Zach says, wait, I can DTS. It's true, yeah. Once a day. For 1,000 it's actually really cheap. I feel like a lot of pro streamers charge money for that. That shit's 1,000 channel points. That shit's super cheap. That's because I got love for the chatters. See? Look how many fucking hearts I'm sending. Is there a limit to the amount of hearts I can send? Hold on, 2 fingers. Oh, I'm limited. I'm flooded. They flooded my hearts. Why live? I'm fucking flooded here big time. I can't even put any emotions out there. Oh, did I freeze the window? Window's frozen, lads. It's done. It's over. YouTube chat's cooked forever. Yo, I froze the fucking window. I even have the decency to use a Chromium-based browser for this, and they still fuck it up. What is Google even doing? Unfreeze. What you got? Does that help? Spooky. This guy's smoking big doinks out in Amish. Yeah, I didn't expect that to be so funny. What the fuck? Good job, dude. Someone said, Chlorokin, where do you open the filament matter when creating saves negative? Not according to my studies. My seed army is weak. Legend said that Zernitra man got them all seeded. Well, we have a chatter called Rizio Typho that does have all the wormholes seeded. For quite some time now. Her seed farm is called the Anoikas Mapping Project. And because we promote openness with mental health, I just want to confirm that yes, Rizio is the most delightful levels of autistic. Just like the rest of us. 2,604 seeds is a lot of seeds to maintain. You understand that every week you have to refresh that? You have to refresh a few. Like, to do that physically, you have to every week do a chunk of them, and you can't stop. Ozza, what's going on? Pirate ore? Ooh, I like that. Let me know if I missed anybody or if there's any questions in here. What happens if you don't? So in JSpace, if you have a character that's just sitting there unlogged into for X amount of days, it gets teleported to its home system. It's actually a way you can move your assets back, right? It gets eaten by a Bob. No, it gets moved back to your home station. Gotta be alpha though, as far as I know. So if you're one of those people that have an account paid forever, you can't actually do it. What is X? I can't remember what Rizio's confirmed number was. Was it like 310 days or something? No, it's not that long. It's like 3 to 6 months or something. I can't remember. I always just treated it as 1 month with my seeds. So I just refresh them all at once every month or so. Rizio sourced it too, so I believe her. Do you have to enter space or just log in the account? You have to enter space as far as I know. 210 days, I think, is what it is. Why do you have so many? Why do I have so many, or why does Rizio have so many? Rizio wanted to seed every wormhole. And she doesn't even do anything with them. She just literally just logs on and trolls people. Which is honestly perfect. Suspend your sub for X amount of time without logging. There you go. I mean, really, 210 days is an extremely long amount of time, right? So.
Autopilot disabled.
I feel like it's less than that, but
Waypoint reached.
M long is here? Shit. What's going on, OG? The Locust King. I have definitely not even been alive for 28 months. Worms and holes. What's up, Dr. Device? How you hanging? You guys want to slip and slide? I don't even think that I want the baby cloud on any of these sites because I'm just built differently. Curson says just alpha. Got it. Let's see how sticky this fit is. I'm planning on doing fuck all today in this game, just so we're all on the same page, you know? Look at that icon, it's weird. It's a weird icon. I do fuck all on a normal basis, my man. My man, my mascot, my myth, my legend. Look, we can see how much money is in there and the units because God saved the queen. That's why. Jared, what do you think about the queen now that she's gone? You ever thirst for the queen, Gerald? I don't think I can say that legally. Whoops, can't mind him. Are you out of your goddamn gourd? You can't mind your friend. You can make friends, but you can't mind your friends that you've made. Gerald says, what the fuck is that question? Have you ever felt a special something for the queen before? Out of patriotic pride. Is what I'm asking you, Gerald. He's gonna never come back to my channel. I've kept him around for years. That's the final straw. Life is the friends you've mined along the way. Diana should have been queen. Nothing but pure tea-fueled patriotism. Make America Great Britain again. I think that the strategy here is that we need to contain Britain in a box because their food is too powerful. We're gonna watch some fallow videos later, I can feel it. Alright, so just in case you're watching this for the content itself and not my just hilarious banter. So the big upgrade for me is that we replaced the Magoose with this fabulous Outrider here. Now the prospects are getting more boosting, 10% more boosting, so they are actually scooping a little bit faster, right? But what's kind of cool is that this bad boy himself, he is able to scoop with a couple of scoops himself as he boosts. And he benefits from his own boosts. So how about that? Anyway, back to what you guys are here for. The memes, obviously. Ooh, you guys are small. I do like the this, but if you're using a Magus, you can't actually see this loadout. On Tuesday I was playing with this and I was a little bit sad. We couldn't see the numbers on the Magus. How much do you make from gas mining? Not much. I mostly do it because I like the gas. What I do is I go back to the porpoise and I put the gas in a chamber, and then I actually go in the chamber myself and I just kind of do a swim in the gas, right? And just breathe it in. I'm a big fan of gas. It's pretty nuts how you can see the actual amount ticking down like super fast. I'm gonna stagger the scoops again because that was fun. Alright, now this number should like just drop down constantly. Because I've staggered the scoops. Look at that. We're just melting the cloud. It's probably good they did that because you know we like to watch shit like that. Drone Bay, how you doing, buddy? I don't even know if they said hi to you. We getting another row to the gas sheet for the Outrider scoops? Of course, of course. Of course, everything I do is open source. I don't believe in intellectual property. If somebody wants to fork my spreadsheet at any time and make it more popular, feel free. What's mine is yours, chatters. Does it matter what filament you use for safes, by the way? Negative. Not in my testing. What matters, my friend, is the size of the system. That's pretty much what will determine where you'll end up, on average. Delicioso. Weirdball says, wait, uh-oh. Someone on YouTube said no ASMR today. Yeah. See, if you want to hear the coffee beans ground, two things gotta happen. Number one, you gotta tell Spooky to leave so he doesn't get mad. Number two, you gotta pay me at least $1,000. I've immediately commoditized the coffee bean grind ASMR. Anywho, I'm back. Hello, how are you? You play with any of those scoop media passes? Not yet. That's on the list this weekend. I'm kind of waiting for them to get populated a bit more instead of buying the first few. Because obviously, you know, we'll hit a drop rate and hit equilibrium pretty quickly, I'm sure. I had a buddy Nico who's already playing with them though. How much is it at Right in Jeddah? Not a clue. Not a clue.
Bank underscore GR4 Vice says, what about 1,000
points?
points?
1,000 points, my lord. Alright, get me one of them there. Coffee grinder bean ASMRs. No, it won't. Not today, no. What's up, Broad Dog? What's poppin'? I trust things are well, yeah?
Connecting.
If things are not well, I'm gonna have to start telling jokes and do karaoke and shit until you get mad and leave. That's the plan. So you better get things well. Yes, me lord. Yes, me lord. More work. You get this hype train level 52. Let's go. My highest hype train level is 0. It's over 9,000.
X_ says it's over 9,000.
Off we go then. Yeah, Outrider is probably gonna be like 150 mil if I had to guess based on the resources I saw. I built 2 of them or a couple of them right off. I'll give an Outrider away today as well. In fact, when I fill up here, we'll take a break and I'll give an Outrider to some chatter just for fun. They're not worth that much. And then we can fuck bitches, get money as one does. What's your Outrider fitting? Wouldn't you like to know? But of course, that right there is proprietary information that's not visible on the screen. See you well, love you. I got very badly sick yesterday. Everybody's getting sick. Aw. I hope everybody starts feeling better. Outrider was a bill last night. Yeah, I heard. That's legit. If you pay a bill for an Outrider, you knew what you were doing. You're happy to waste the money. I paid. You know, I did one of these. I bought a triplet module. You guys know the triplet scanner module? I'll show you. You guys don't know anything, do you? Oh my god. You don't even know what a triplet scan acquisition. I bought one of these on launch, and this shit was like 900 mil, and I knew for a fact, looking at the mats and what it actually did, it was not gonna be worth 1/10 of that. And I think now it's like 80 mil or something. So I've personally not given a fuck several times, but you know what? CCP, you know, works in mysterious ways. Using a mining chipset? Yeah. Wait, for residue reduction? This is new to me. Oh, I see. No, so I'm not using that because I don't use Tech 2 scoops anymore. COL. But honestly, you just made me realize that there's a nice buff to Tech 2 scoops in there, which I love. Jay, what's going on? Scotty's here. How you doing, buddy? Just sneaking in here. Yeah, so Weirdball, to my understanding, is it's possible to make Abyssal save set in any system regardless of size. It's just a lot harder the smaller it is because of, wait for it, cylinder math. Mostly circle math. I trust everyone as well, yeah. Need to grab one of the modules named after my corp. Which one is that? My Outrider BPC was 2 times 75% research chance, both fail. Oh no. I can give you a BPC copy if you want. Why no Tech 2 scoops? Well, Syndicate scoops are pricey, but there becomes a certain level of confidence one can achieve to the point where it could be personally worth it to switch to them. And I did hit that after episode 15. 30 AU enough? You talking about Abyssal safes? 30 AU enough for what? The point where the cost is rounding error too. Yeah, but I always like to. That is true. You should definitely be hitting that point before you switch. But also, some people just are more anxious than others. I have high anxiety, so I was slow to switch. 30 AU enough to make it not hard. I don't know what 30 AU means though. You're saying is a system that's 30 AU celestial from the sun easy to make a safe in? Yes, 100%. Double IT, give IT to the next person. Oh, double give it to the next person. Researching it with 82%. Yeah, no worries. If you're ever in a sticky situation with something that's not a big deal, let me know. I'm sure I can help you out. My DMs are remarkably open. 38, yeah, you should be fine. Yeah, there should be no issue with that. Kind of curious about the rigs you use for that, right? I can't think of anything useful. Yeah. German autocorrected stuff makes it hard to write. You're good. Don't worry. Just be yourself. If you make a mistake, it's okay. I have a mic. You have to type like a plebeian. It's not fair. I guess I could go on Discord and invite you all to voice chat, but I feel like that'd be weird. How's it? What's poppin'? Meta Hoarder with a follow. Thank you. Another one into the flask, into the bottle. Another one. Going to bed, says Parody. Much love, mister. I hope you have an awesome sleep. I purposely streamed late tonight just so that the Europeans would miss their streaks, but they still got it anyway, which is some bullshit. You can't pull a fast one on these crafty Euro bros and girls. When in doubt, polycarbon out. Yeah, there's a few ways to look at it, COL. I guess I'll let you use your imagination for now. Because I'll be talking about this in a Nomad Tale 16, but yeah, I mean, it's not an obvious slot, which is a great slot, but I'd say you can't go wrong with speed, right? How long do you need to clean this bountiful with your current setup? I have not actually done the maths on it, the timing yet. My spreadsheet's outdated now, but you can kind of see slowly how we're chipping away at it. Or I can go away if we're not welcome. No, you're super welcome. No, the joke is my entire chat's European DU. If you guys are feeling picked on as Europeans, just remember it. All of you guys are European. There's like 2 Americans here. Exactly. Don't shit on us. You got it. Why you be so rude to European? You guys gotta learn my sense of humor. Bro, I come on now. Fuck out of here with that. Who's the other American? Exactly. Where's the love for the... Canadians are just Americans. It's a continent, right? We're all the same. Someone said Americans. Where's the porpoise? Are you gonna attack me if I show you? The porpoise is hiding somewhere offline. Isn't that cool? It's pronounced America. My bad, my bad. Oops. You can see though, if I hide my fat head here, that the Outrider is actually picking up gas as we scoop. It's not a ton, but it is kind of interesting. This is just free gas, basically. Extra health care. All right, calm down. That one's starting to hurt my feelings. I just want to see a doctor. Hi, Koname. I get a whole sizable to polish off before I go to sleep, so I'm here for a minute. You're working 2 accounts? Yeah? It's nice. It's nice. Sizable is the like the best one. Good shit. Mostly Europeans on Eve. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a large amount of Americans as well. Don't get me wrong, US people as well. But yeah, it's European heavy, you're right. Just to be clear, I'm joking. I'm just bantering with the Europeans. I also shit on my country a lot. With critical support, we'll call it. You transfer gas without shield posse? Yeah. I just jet can it in some safe spot. And scoop it up with El Porpoise later. How's the Outrider working out? A big boost to your gas huffing? My estimates said 20% boost for switching this ship, which is fucking huge. But I don't know if that's true or not. The Euro trolling is also as old as the stream. It has been a major theme here. I should put it in like my marquee ticker. EVE Online, Linux, coffee, European trolling. And Pagel. He's not here to defend himself. Irvin says, we Europeans are persistent and still lurking. Of course, I love you guys.
Skill training completed.
Kisame Hoshigaki. I'm European, man. That's awesome. Wherever you're from, that's awesome. You're a citizen of the world, yeah? Curson says EU team membership fee. There you go. He's paid the license. Cheered 200 bits. He cheered twice the amount of a license. He has a license to give to somebody else. Incredible. Who do you want to give your extra European license to? Anybody watching from Europe without a license, you're fucked. I'm on to you. You better pay me money immediately. We're all citizens of New Age. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. Crossabot, promoting my EVE on Linux Discord. Some sad news. Our dear friend Taravin left. I think he'll probably be back though. Would be my bet. But there's still plenty of cool people there. If you guys have never ever heard of EVE on Linux, don't even know it's a thing. Hi, I'm playing on Linux right now. Isn't that crazy? Most of you know though. I think Magus was only 35% mining, but yeah, it was unboosted, so it would be 1, and this would be 1.1 equivalent. Would be the way to look at it. If a boost is 1, this is 1.1 times. Which is a major boost to the amount of your prospects end up mining. I mean, here, I'll show you this. Right, we're 40 over 13.4 now. It was 14.6 before. So we shaved the second 2 off of each cycle. I mean, that's not insignificant, like. Pretty nuts. Also, I find it a little bit unfortunate that the MJFD with max skills only goes to 5.1, which I think rounds to 6. Pretty disappointing that we can't get that under 5. I don't know if this is a rounding thing, though. I'm pretty sure it is. It must be. Why are you calling it horseback riding? Wait, hold on. What the fuck are you saying? Ivan says, while on subject, why are calling it horseback riding? It's a horse riding. Do you have any other way of riding? Oh, why do we say horseback riding instead of horse riding? I want to say horseback is an adjective that we use. We'll move by horseback or something, maybe. And it might be horseback riding is an adjective, a single word, a single compound adjective describing the verb. But I agree with you. Like, I don't know where else you're riding the horse. That's a good question. I've never heard that one before. Kisamiya Hoshigaki 9934 says, so I have this problem of low skills. I can make 1 billion a day. That's insane. No, if you can make 1 billion in a day, you're already in like the top 5% of EVE players in terms of income, if you care that much about it. So if you want to go higher than that, you're just going to have to do higher octane stuff. Burners, dread ratting, etc. Has Colorcom been punking us poor Europeans? 100% true, possibly. How you playing at Linux? GitHub repo, please. So we have a Linux Discord you're welcome to be a part of, right? So it looks like this. It's called Eve on Linux. And in this Discord, we have a wiki. You don't even have to interact with us. Just come to my Discord. I'll post it on YouTube as well. Oops. Just come to the Discord if you care about, if you want to like play Eve on Linux, and just go to the wiki channel and then click on this wiki. This was largely written by Terravin. I'm assuming other people contributed as well. But it's basically just a bunch of information in a pretty succinct way that you can get started with. I'm just gonna be real. People that are like computer terrible have switched over to Linux full time at this point. So if you think you can't, think again. Got a lot of those angry NPCs just sitting there looking threatening, doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, true, true. When you spin gas clouds, spin as in like outrange them, the rats do look pretty fucking pathetic. I guess when you Jedi mind trick them too, they're kind of sad, but at least they're shooting at you. These ones don't even shoot. You know what I mean? It's kind of a bit disheartening for the old sleeper boys. I love Quave. Found some AT skin in my hangar. What's an AT skin? Crispy says that's awesome, boy. You're welcome. Yeah, no doubt. Like I said, I'm on Linux. I've been using it for like a year and a half. We have like 500, 600 people on that Discord. A lot of people have switched over. Some people, maybe it's not for them, but they learn. You can't really dismiss Linux unless you've at least like looked into it a little bit. And if you look at it and it's not for you, fair. I'm playing Yvonne and Kubuntu via Steam Proton. It just works nice. Unfortunately, sadly, and you're gonna hate me saying this, but most of the people that have issues are on like some Ubuntu distro. For us, they like accidentally use Snap instead of Flatpak or something. It's kind of a shame, but we're definitely not distro elitists by any stretch. Any distro you like is totally cool with us. Nobody will tell you it's bad. Just for some reason, Ubuntu is most of our problems with Eve. The fact that you have it running is awesome. I'm happy that it just works. So if I play Eve on Windows, I'm still a geek, or I must play on Linux? You don't gain anything from switching to Linux. You're not cooler. If anything, you're less cool. You don't gain anything socially from it. If you think you will, then you're crazy. If you switch to Arch and think people are going to care about you, you're wrong. It's just a personal thing. It's a well, yeah, but what I'm talking about socially, there's really no social gain for it. You just get a different configured operating system with some significant changes. How would it be to mine with a fleet of Outriders? They mine less than a prospect, Sharon, sadly. They don't have the bonuses, right? So I think with boost, it mines about half a prospect. Something like that. I haven't touched Windows since 2008. I love that. Long story short, Linux is there if you get tired of Windows. If not, don't worry about it. If you're on Mac, well, you know what you're doing anyway. I'm a Cisco engineer. I like Linux and definitely understand it. Gaming is mostly Windows. Yeah, this is definitely not the case anymore at all. You know, it's just seriously not the case. You would be shocked by the number of people that use Linux professionally that haven't realized how far the desktop has come in the past like 5 years. You sound exactly like a lot of the recent converts I've talked to. With that said, I mean, I'm not pressuring you, but someone like you could throw CachyOS and Plasma on a computer and like just in like an hour be just totally set up. Playing anything that doesn't require kernel anti-G. You gain by not having to deal with Microsoft bullshit. Yeah, but that's not like a social game. That's like a personal, like, stress game. Master Sharon, good to see you. Anybody else coming in? Migs, welcome to the stream, sir. I'm thrilled that Kubuntu is working for you. It's good to finally hear something positive from that. All we see is complaints over there, usually when they're in the help channel, so. I'm on CachyOS, highly recommended by Terravin. I took a look at it, and CachyOS has a few things going for it. It allows you to use Arch as an idiot, so you have access to all that extra software users build through the OR. Kind of blows away the Fedora's copper, for example. But you also just completely streamline the install process. It's not even like Arch install. It's just point click done. Nothing to it. Tired of Windows. I'm sick of that system. I have to use it at work. Ah, yes. Apple Silicon Eve Social Farming Club. I have a lot of distros in my PXE boot. I think I'll do a candy bar and check that out. I mean, dude, fuck it. I'm here for you. How's that Outrider? What's up, Kyle? The Outrider, you know, it's mostly a numbers change, but you can see the ticker up here on the cloud. Oh, I didn't have it selected. My bad. The Outrider's a pretty huge boost to my setup. It's true. After I finish, probably in like 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so, when these prospects are full, I'll take a little break, and then we'll... I'm gonna give an Outrider out just for fun. I have a couple of them. They're pretty cheap. And then we'll take a look at the Odysseus as well at that time. I don't have a bill. I might look at the materials, so we'll kind of flit around from thing to thing. I have a lot of gas to mine. I think if you look at it, we have an instrumental, there's a vast, and a minor in here. So we know an instrumental is 2 2/5 trips. Vast is also 2 2/5 trips, I think. And then a minor is 1 trip. So 5, 6 trips kind of thing. This is just 1. So a lot of gas potentially we could scoop. Issue, of course, being I don't really necessarily know if I feel like doing it all at once. You know? Like the health bar on the ore gas? Yeah, definitely. I'm a big fan of that. I'm not really sure what this bar represents. What is this one up here? What is this bar? What's up, JWOX? Yeah, it's not really bonus to scoop though. Oh, it's bugged. Okay, yeah, I think it's bugged. Yeah. Whew, you guys got me quick. I was trying to do it low key that time. Device says I was joking about the Arch thing, but I did install and found a terminal with a built-in LLM thing that just told me how to set everything up. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the truth is, if you're doing Arch raw, it's almost hobbyist at this point. Over the past couple years, it's become, like, how to do it to, like, hobbyists. Obviously, Endeavor OS has existed. I think Manjaro is another one that made it kind of easy. But with Cache OS and other ones, it's like, Arch has become noob-friendly. Sorry, it's brutal. This is going down up here. It's just kind of glitched. Resets every time you scan the resource. Got it. Looks like when you scan it, it sets the maximum at whatever the current is, instead of resetting it to what the cloud should be. No big deal. It's not a huge deal. They'll fix that. Lancer, what's up? So I think I'm gonna put an immutable distro on this computer specifically just to play around with immutability. I don't really care so much for it. I don't want an immutable main rig personally, just my own personal tastes, right? But it'd be kind of nice to play around with like the flat pack style, especially for this. I'd like to run an immutable distro and turn it into another media server, back how I had it before. So probably Jellyfin and whatever layers I need between that and the internet, and then some immutable distro. And honestly, I'm starting to get slightly interested in Nix as well again, just to learn how it works. But I'd rather just play with immutability first before I learn some random a la carte declarative language that has no use outside of that one endeavor. Or Debian Boy since a few years ago. I got you working through Steam working in Ubuntu 25.10 once I installed the Deb version of Steam. Yeah, native Steam is pretty important in our experience. It's funny, my setup is bizarre. I'm playing Eve and multi-boxing on Cache. I also have a full OBS setup with VSTs and everything else. Plugins, everything else. That's through Flatpak. I also use DaVinci Resolve through a containerized thing called DaVinci Box. So like I have all these things pulling at the systems of Linux at once. It almost makes me want to run different distros for each purpose. But Cache can handle it because it's Arch based. Can you explain immutable? Yeah, of course. A couple different ways I could explain it, but I'll obviously try to make it as easy as possible. Immutable, just in layman's terms, means you can't actually change the core files of your computer. A little bit like your phone. You know how you can't go on your phone and like delete the root file like you could in Linux? With Linux, we can just delete the bottom folder and delete everything under it and brick the computer. In your phone, you can't really do that. You're kind of stopped from doing that. And in an immutable distro, there's a couple things that define it. As my understanding, chat will correct me. But the main thing is that you can't edit those core system config files. What that means is that when I install a program and it like edits those core files to like work and then comes back, that doesn't work with immutable. Everything you do through immutable has to be containerized. What that means in the real world is that when you use an immutable distro, as far as I understand it, you'd be using exclusively Flatpak programs, no native binaries, something along those lines. And so what that means is that you can't ever break the computer. And if you do, you can just roll back to another version. Immutable means you can't change it. And then you use a bunch of Flatpak stuff that you can just delete, remove. So basically you can install your system and then just install a couple Flatpaks and be right back up to speed. It would be kind of nice if you had like a environment where you had to constantly set up machines and they had to be perfect and you didn't want people fucking with them, for example. I could imagine that being a good use case. I can't pretend to say I understand it all. I just think that the best way to describe immutability would be it's really hard to break it. Everything's in their own little box and you can easily build it back together just by, you know, there's not a lot of tweaking of the core files that we normally do. Cannot be changed after creation. It's more locked down. Yeah, basically, yeah. And there are ways, I think, to change the files and update the kernel and stuff. But the idea is, like, you would basically just be having a locked down OS and you would install Flatpaks one by one or whatever management system you want. And it's impossible to break things. So people that are scared of that, like, it could be very useful for them. I personally think it's a little silly that you can't, like, customize things as you want to without a headache. But I can see the appeal in some regards. You never have to reinstall OS to fix something. Yeah. What's up, Dean Philo? Cam, how you doing? Schools. Yeah, schools, libraries, right? There's nothing you couldn't do in a normal distro to like lock stuff down with permissions, but immutability makes it so that if you want to flash the computer and redo it, it's just like that simple. No updates, program has fixed versions. I see. No pipeline, like an app image updating itself. No live for real. Thank you for that. Got the Microsoft vultures circling my Win 10 install past month, almost daily getting more priority alerts. You gotta come over to the dark side. What's the benefit for switching to Linux? I mean, there are a lot, but it all is subjective. Maybe you like ads, I don't know. But the reason most of us switch is because we don't want Microsoft accessing our files without our permission. We don't want to see ads in our browsers. We don't like the reliance on AI and the agentic ethos that Microsoft is doing with Windows 11. We don't like the forced updates. We don't like any of that shit. And there's a lot more to it. It's basically Microsoft that has ruined the product and made it unusable to the point where switching over to Linux is like actually a W now. And it never used to be with Windows 7 XP. Why would you switch? It did everything you want, stayed out of your fucking hair. Now it's like, yikes. I still haven't looked into running Evo or something similar on my Steam Deck for mining. Yeah, no doubt. So we have a chatter and a community member called Isomark, and he's working hard on, let's see here. He's working hard on something called Nicotine. And what's great about Nicotine is he's putting a lot of effort into making like a back end for it. I'm pretty sure he's going to look into getting previews for this. And if he gets previews and targeted switching, this is probably going to replace my own script, right? There's also the repacked version, the forked version of Eve K preview Taramir put together. And there's actually literally Evo preview for Linux. It's just not really good, sadly. What's up, Peter Pinecone? Enshittification. Yeah, enshittification is funny because, yeah, it's you know, the article is great and it really does describe things, but enshittification is like a repackaged version of like the ramifications of a capitalism system that has matured. Enshittification is the corporate level response to a matured capitalist society. which is funny. We don't even need this term, but it does package it nicely. What's the preferred browser these days for Linux? I was thinking to install Fedora. I mean, most of them come packaged with Firefox. You'll find a lot of the privacy ones have LibreWolf. I use LibreWolf for anything sensitive. I use ungoogled Chromium while I stream. I use it because there's certain compatibility issues with the non-Chromium browsers that Twitch and YouTube occasionally enforce. I just like to bypass all that on the stream, give myself no headache. And then I use Florp. And Florp's another fork of Firefox, and that's what we watch videos and stuff, and keeping it all completely separate. You could do it with profiles and stuff too. I just like to install all the browsers. Why not? Good to see Zivkovic. Zivkovic is a cool name. I got a Windows 10 update last night. They're so full up. Windows is pressuring you to buy. Yeah, you don't see that in Linux. Nobody pressures you to do anything. Since switching, I've had absolutely not even a hint of any type of pressure. Not even a hint. There's nobody to pressure. There's no money to be made. They just make people just make software and share it. When'd you start using 5 accounts? After episode 15. You're a flort. What about Brave thoughts? Yeah, so you're asking me explicitly for my thoughts, and I would say, you know, I can tell you more about Brave, but it's all going to be negative, sadly. So if you want to hear negative, I can tell you, but I don't really have so much positive. Do you need a scanner to see those stats on the cloud? Any mining ship has this button here, down here. But if you have a scanner equipped, it tells you more or something like that. You used to be in Brave. I had an alt in the Brave group, but no, we're talking about the Brave browser. We're talking about browsers. What are the negatives about Brave? Well, let me just, I'll give you the one sentence problem. The guy who runs Brave, he invented JavaScript, and I'm pretty sure, and he has a bunch of problems. Brave itself has shown numerous times that they can't be trusted because of things they've done. That's the short answer. If you're into a privacy-focused browser, then Brave is not your choice. They don't care about you. If you want a browser that's serious about ad blocking and it's serious about, you know, usability, okay, Brave's still all right. Fair enough. If you don't care about the politics or the ethos of it, it still works. Like stealing information. Yeah. I don't know if I want to actually get into this. I think it's too polarizing, but seriously, like, I can tell you, regardless of his politics, putting that aside, maybe it won't offend you. The program itself Brave has in multiple occasions tried to monetize via Web3 things, I believe it was Brave that did the straight up kind of like link jacking scheme. I gotta pull up a list of it if I'm gonna talk shit. There's like a long line of reasons why I don't like Brave. A lot of them are centered around the guy that runs it though. D-Bar, is good to see you. Are any decent Wormhole Corps? Yeah, oh yeah, definitely, mate. I mean, Hard Knocks is big if you like high-class stuff. You could even apply for Laserhawks if you have a couple accounts. I have a couple of friends in a group called Silence. They're very good, in my opinion. They're definitely like up there for English-speaking groups. Is Linux greater than Windows for running 12 accounts at the same time? So, the answer is actually no. But if your hardware is good, the answer is it doesn't matter. When you start running more than 10 accounts at once, you actually do need contemporary hardware to do it on Linux. The reason is because the compatibility layer taxes start to stack up a little bit. So if you have a mass box setup, I highly encourage you to test it before you commit to it. It could be that the memory sharing capabilities of running the things with zero compatibility at all will stack up and potentially be a factor. I think we have people using 10 plus accounts on Linux right now, no issues, but they come up with their own solutions. It is the case that it is likely the case that if you have an extreme amount of accounts, 20, 30 plus, you're gonna need to stick to Windows regardless of your hardware. But anything under 10, our testing shows it's parity or better. So it's almost like a curve that intersects and becomes worse the more you have. Now, this is not actual science. This is based on just what I'm seeing in the Discord over the past X months. etc. And it's really because we have to do a little tiny bit more work to run a client on Linux, but our operating system itself doesn't take as much work. So if you have few accounts, that actually is a positive, but the more you stack on, the more that tax just kind of adds in there. This is a bad way of looking at it. This is definitely not scientific or academic or even close to being right, but this is how I understand it. So if we have nerds, they can, of course, nudge us in the right direction. But I'd say for 12, I would certainly test it and just profile it yourself. Check your graphics card, check your switch times, use a script to check it all. Your really best go-to safer browser. Safe? I mean, I don't think anything comes close to LibreWolf if we're talking about safety for a Gecko-based browser. You know, I have to say Chromium-based browsers are largely awfully safe. It could be said that Firefox browsers are less safe, but they're all pretty damn safe. Opinions on Firefox? I think the Gecko base of Firefox is fantastic. I think Firefox is a very confused and doomed company from inception at the behest of Google, right? So LibreWolf is pretty locked down. It's really not great for new bros. You have to enable cookies and stuff, but this is uber safe, LibreWolf. They put a lot of effort into making sure that it's harder to fingerprint you, harder to do everything, all of the attacks. You're welcome. If that one's too locked down for you, base Firefox is fine. The problem with Firefox is they're dipping their toes into AI shit because they don't know how to get out from under Google's thumb, and they never will. Never. Firefox will die before Google gives up control of it via the money injection. It's kind of a problem on the internet that nobody really talks about. Normies don't talk about. People in the know obviously talk about it to death, but like the browser is definitely a bottleneck situation. We only have a few kind of protocols for it. WebKit, right? Gecko, Chromium, Servo, Ladybird, or whatever the fuck it is. A couple of those are experimental. The problem is that like to build a browser, as far as I understand it, you need like a team of goddamn professionals that demand salaries. A big team. Why? Because otherwise your browser becomes an attack vector for malicious actors and you end up just not being able to do your job. That's the reason. And so how do you do that with a FOSS ethos? Well, nobody's figured it out yet. You could argue that Mozilla is FOSS and it's a foundation, blah, blah, blah. But the truth is, no, it's a company that is desperate to stop relying on the millions and hundreds of millions of dollars they get from Google every year. And if you're not really good at understanding how the world works and you're like, why does Google give them so much money? Well, because they have complete dominative control over them. Any company you give infinite money every month with no strings attached, they instantly morph themselves around being able to consume that money. Which means if you take it away, they just collapse. Firefox has never found out how to get out from under that money. And they never will, as far as I'm concerned. Internet Explorer Nombre One. Edge is based on Chromium too. It's funny, right? Good resource for Eve on Linux. Oh yeah. Please come by the Discord, fellers. Here, take a look. Let's take a look together at the Discord, yeah? I'll post the Discord one more time just for people that need it over on YouTube, just in case you're coming in. So this is the Eve on Linux Discord. And the whole point of this is to allow you a place where you can watch other people learn on your own, and help people, right? To do that, we have a wiki with some pretty straight to the point stuff. Getting started. Here's what getting started tells you. Ready? It says, how do I run Windows stuff? Choosing a distro, installing Linux, updating drivers, choosing a launcher and installing Eve, and choosing a multi-box solution, right? Like, it's literally all right there for you to read. It links out to everything. You don't even have to like Discord. Honestly, spoiler alert, most of us hate Discord on this Discord. Discord is a privacy nightmare, right? What browser do you use on mobile, as LibreWolf is only desktop? My mobile situation is dirty as fuck. I use Firefox on mobile though. My phone is dirty. I haven't began cleaning it yet. As I say that, I get a call. What is Google doing to Firefox? Yeah, they give them an unreasonable amount of money every year. They don't own it though. Good looking mail client? Fascinating. I don't see Google as controlling them, as keeping them propped up. So they are keeping them propped up, but they also knocked out their leg and gave them like a cyborg leg too. I don't know how to describe it, but like you see like a guy walking around and like you give him a cyborg leg. He's like, nice, let me replace my leg with that. And like you take the cyborg leg away. It's like you created that situation. This is a terrible analogy. But like what I'm trying to argue is that they're keeping them propped up because Firefox never had a chance to grow as a real company or foundation. They were just given everything, and greed is going to greed at that point. That's just my understanding. What's up, G? How you doing? They finance them so they don't run the monopoly charges. Yes, that's Google's motivation, right? Yeah. So if we're going to talk about Alphabet's motivation, yes, that's why they waste the money. 100% true. They basically are doing two things at once. They can point to them giving Firefox money, Mozilla money, and say, we're not a monopoly. Look, we're propping up them. They wouldn't survive without us. They can also make sure that they don't survive without them by conditioning that company into something that they're not via a number of means. Capital being the most obvious. Copilot stuff aside, what you can mostly ignore. I like Edge for a good balance of support and privacy. I'm also biased because I work for Microsoft. Edge is not the worst Chromium browser, no. It's better than Chrome. Keeping them propped up to avoid avoid antitrust? Yeah, exactly. Why is Discord a privacy nightmare? Because there's no privacy on it. Everything you type on Discord is used. Is monetized. Everything you type. I mean, I don't know how to make this any more clear. Even everything you say is almost undoubtedly transcribed and typed and fed into various money-making profiting schemes. Right now, largely LLM-based. Controlled opposition, precisely. Look at Paramount Skydance. Now's a good time to establish monopolies. There you go. YouTube ads say Opera GX is the best. I don't really have much experience with Opera, so I don't want to talk good or bad. But yeah, I look into Opera too, just to be full. There's other Chromium-based browsers. Vivaldi is kind of opinionated. In fact, Florp is kind of like the Firefox version of Vivaldi. It's kind of opinionated. Malk says, don't forget giving Firefox money, they're able to claim they support competition and avoid antitrust runs. Yeah, I mean, that's like the main motivator, because I don't think Google's really worried about losing to Firefox in the browser space anymore, especially since the kind of the domination campaign, the crusade of Chrome. But kind of, I think the way I'm looking at it is that it's definitely two birds with one stone kind of thing. It's like a brilliant business decision to just fork over an unreasonable amount of money to your competitor in the kind of the FOSS space. That foundation will find a way to spend and use that money, and if you take it away, lights out. I've been a Mozilla user since way back start. Yep. A lot of people, look at all these people just joined the Discord when I pinged it. Hi. How are you, people? Alright, let me check. I think I'm gotta be full. Yeah, I'm full on all my dudes now, so what I'm gonna do is we'll do a little jumpy jump, yeah? A little cinematic jump here. Boop. Nice. And then I'll just jet set these nerds back down the way. Pretty nice. I like how I was full here for a while and I just kept scooping on this guy. I got a little something something for it. Welcome guys to the Discord. Make yourselves at home. If you have a question, there's setup and help channel there. Honestly, you don't even need to participate in the Discord to kind of learn how to do it. I'm gonna make another Linux video soon.
Request
I'm not really sure what
accepted.
exactly I'm gonna cover, but there's a few kind of angles to it that I think are really neat. I might tell people like why you should not switch.
Connecting.
Uh oh, Devils is here. Holy shit. Shout out Devils. H-I-L-L. Oh. What's up, buddy? I'm going to do something that's kind of gangster. Ready? I'm going to push F8. Watch what that does. Ready? Boop. Killed all my clients instantly. Easy. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. All right. I am going to log on to my, wait for it, hauler. I'm going to fly my happy ass to Amamamamamake from UW9. Hold on, let me try that again. G-Unit. Amamamamamake. There we go. Nail it. Tux Racer? Nah, you're not that lucky. If anything, I would play that minigame in Dota where you just fly around and kill infinite monsters. Devil's Hell, thank you for the raid, mister. How are you? What's poppin'? You heard Linux had to raid? Get out of here. You're not cool enough for Linux. You're obviously not cool enough. So check me out. We got we got what do we got? Any ventures? Oi, cochino! Donde este ventures? There they are. Look, I just built 9 ventures in the middle of Curse. What'd you guys do yesterday? I built 9 ventures in the middle of Curse. Why would somebody do that? Ask me. Tell me. Why would I do that? If you don't French press your coffee, stay away from Linux. So, father. Devil says OS Arch Linux. Yeah. You just copied that from the internet. Weirdball says, so you guys ran from someone?
Connecting.
Weirdball, what's up, dude? How the hell are you? I like you. I hope you're well. You have some sweet questions. So I have, I don't know, 8, 9 accounts running right now. 5 of them are my solo corp called Jolly Ranchers. Those guys live in J-Space. This is actually one of them right here. They live in J-Space. They flit around K-Space. They do everything all over the place, right? I also have 3 accounts that I have a corporation I've built with chatters like you. I've built a Blops corporation in Curse. Now, Curse is NPC space, right? So there's no renting, right? There's just stations you can chill out here. So basically what happened is this region here can't be owned by anybody. So that answers that question. So why do we pick this station? Because if we go to the 3D map, this station right here is able to drop on a lot of systems nearby. Almost all these systems here under the mouse can be caught from this area, from this system right here. So no renting, just have like 6, 7, 8 dudes out there right now, and we're just dropping people. And these ventures are for return signos. So I'm gonna go ahead and contract this over to my boy Yak the Needle. Jack the Needle. So the ventures, the venture blueprint, Trit, Pirate. Okay, beautiful. What happens is sometimes you'll drop on somebody, and since we're small and just starting, like we don't have all the infrastructure set up, and like we may not have a way back instantly. So I'm gonna have a guy that sits there in indie sino adventures that we can always get our way back from. That's it. When I get to Mamamake, I'm gonna give somebody in chat an Outrider, so you better stay around for that. Otherwise I'll fight you with my fight sticks. I'll fight you good. Locations in the HDAOC. Is there a way to make this in the blurring zone? This is for Jack, I see. Alright, we just won't bother with these then. Fuck it. 3 tunes to drop Blops caps in Hunter out and your deeps. Oh, out. Yeah, no doubt. I do have 3 characters, right? But sometimes we just send all the hunters out and don't think about it, and like we'd have to fly back. It's really not a big deal. It just is newbie as hell. That's all. But yeah, for a group, you would need an out sign-out, of course. That's a good point. And that's kind of what I've done here. I have another character that can always undock in a venture. Indie sign-out, boom, dock, right? Set home station. There's no renting in nullsec anymore, period. It only exists in wormhole space right now. There's no renting in null. Nice. Frat don't rent to anybody? Is that right? Yeah, we're still learning J-dubs for real. It's literally just a couple of guys, and I'm like teaching a lot of them stuff, and I'm pretty not great at it either, so definitely casual on the come up kind of deal. Mostly picking on niche stars so far. Swagger Olikar. Holy shit. Look who it is. Look at this man's. You guys know who Swagger Olikar is? This is one of my favorite content creators. He made one of my favorite videos of all time. He also loves Artie Lokis. Because he's a scrub. Brad announced they were stopping renting. Oh fuck, for real? That's awesome. Nothing much, Swagger. Good to see you. I hope you're well. Are you enjoying some Eve, mister? Hold on, let me see if I can find the Let me see if I can find the video I'm talking about. We're about to watch it. Enjoying Eve in this economy? I know, deadass. I'm fucking it up. Wait until you roll into some pandas out Thunderchild ratting. We see this a lot when we needlejack. They're awfully skittish. A lot of these Thunder Children setups, Stormbringer setups. A week or two ago they announced it, but I'm not making this shit up, I promise. Okay. No, I believe you. I don't think Gerald makes shit up, dude. Do people ever accuse you of making shit up? I don't believe it. This is my favorite fucking video. This is seriously like up there. I remember when he released that, I was like, bruh. Why are you so talented? We should watch that later. I've watched it on stream a couple of times now, actually, I think in the past. Oh, God. I miss this so much, man. Hell yeah. The music, too, was insane. Yo, Florp is doing that the most. This is the video. I'm about to watch this later when I'm not in danger. Like, I don't know how to put it, but you know, some people play this game to like mine some Veldspar, chill out with the homies, enjoy a beer, and that's chill. Like, that's kind of like me in a way. Other people play this game like in the most crack fiend way possible. You get a spy into frat, and then like you train that spy to fly blops just to kill a guy. Like, that's nutty. That's crazy business. Isn't Cashy OS not the OS from the guy who does Cashy blog? What? Dumph? What? Well, Cashy is spelled like this. Have you seen that Minmill dude who runs like 6 Zernitras? There's some other Reddit posts as well, says Jerry. What is that? Hold on. Fraternity ends renting? Okay. I like how you sourced that after I said I believe you. Bro, you have a problem, you know that? You have like a guilt problem for some reason. It doesn't seem right. Oh, it's having me go up, I see. Huh. Fascinating that right there. We'll do it raw then, baby. I love flying around. Except for Artie Loki's. Hell Sparrow, take care, partner. Anybody that has an Artie Loki, raise your hand, let me know. I'm gonna kick you guys off from the chat. Who has an Artie Loki? Raise your hand. Artie Loki. Hypno, you done, son. The demo, you're out. You cut. Everybody's cut. What's going on with my UI here? Shit's getting real weird. Oh, Loki, you're everywhere. Mr. Aboros and a Z. Wait. Not one. Not Z, sorry. Not one. What's up? I have an RLML Loki. Holy shit, that's interesting. Demo, how you doing? Hypno, what's up? Devil still has an Artie Loki? Yeah, you would. If you guys don't know the story, the lore here, somebody killed me the other day in an Artie Loki. I was just like sitting on a gate, chilling, talking to chat, and like some travel cheetah, and he just came out and boop, and just popped me. I was like, alright, I'm gonna talk shit on Artie Lokis for weeks now. I don't even have a Loki at all. So to be a member of the chat, you need a Loki, but it needs to not be an Artie Loki, okay? Alright? I need glasses so I can push them up my nose. 4 Artie Panthers, that's fucking swagalicious. I feel like I can say that word when someone has 4 Artie Panthers. Epithal Ganger says nerd. Where? Let's get him. I have an autocannon Loki trust. You guys are fun. You guys are fun, you know that? An Outrider. Scotty says, guess I'll see y'all later. Yeah, sorry, bud. You've been excluded. He's like, well, fuck, dude. I didn't get excluded for my beliefs. I didn't get excluded for my whatever. I got excluded because I didn't have a fucking strategic cruiser trained up. This chat has a doctrine, bro. This shit's outrageous. The standards are too high around here. He's like, I almost got ejected for, potatoes. Can't have shit in Chloro chat, dude. He says it's all good. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm trying to be funny. Got my first Loki character. About to be able to fly in a week or so, my main character. Yo, that's clean. My most flown ship is a wolf, though. I mean, that makes you an awesome dude. A wolf as your most flown is pretty Chad. Let me look at one of my characters and see what my most is real quick. Sveeple. Alright, well, whatever. This is my list. Sveeple, Loki, Claw Saber, Rupture, Magoose, Macariel, Kakimora, Omen, Navy issue, Scythe, Fleet issue, Dramiel, Cinnaball, Vigil, Fleet issue, Stiletto, Panther, Thrasher, Hyena, Hurricane, Wolf, number 19 for me, the Wolf, that one. Hound, Beavros, Confessor, Nidhogger, Drakevats, Stratios, Republic Fleet, Firetail. I'm just going to say them all. Thanatos, Stabber, Jaguar, Tractor. Alright, I gotta stop. Capsule! Number 31 coming in on with the Capsule. Then Slasher, Breacher, Astero, Raven, Typhoon, Cheetah, Hugin, Tyra. I have 3 kills with the Tyra, of course, on this character. Bruix, Vagabond, Vargur. He has 2 Vargur kills. I'm not sure how that's possible. Oh, I remember. Yeah, I killed a Praxis with it one time because he was tanking my. Yeah, I remember that. Gnosis, Rattlesnake, Talwar, Tempest, Gila, Maelstrom. All the Minmatar ships on this guy. This guy is just incredibly based, as the children might say. You have no Maelstrom flying Mim? Really? Aw. Look, they're immediately finding problems with my list. See? share someone's your list of ships on one of your characters, and they'll fucking just find a reason to hate you instantly. Taking my time through the skill queue, yeah. What do you got cooking? Faction warfare tag. Malediction, Retribution, Legion, nice. Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense that my top is Sveeple. When that shit came out, I literally was just non-stop hogging on kills. I was just going buck wild. I feel like I've said this 100 times. I'm seriously going to say it 100 more times. When the Sveeple came out, it was insta-lock capable with like 2 Seabos. What that means is it can lock any ship pretty much in under 3, which means if you weren't actually under 2, you would get caught by a Sveeple on launch. It single-handedly could get like 3.2, 3.3 thousand scan resolution. So what that meant is like a couple of them could sit at a gate and just pick off anybody they want. And there's nothing you could do to stop it. So I would just sit in Tama and just be like, just like kill a ship and fly off. It was so stupid. Super Online was crazy. It still can. It doesn't get the scan res though, right, Swagger? What are you talking about? That video cracked you up? Yo, you saw it? Oh shit, alright, I won't watch it later. Yeah, that video is awesome. The alpha's alpha though? I don't think it can still get that screz, dude. Am I tripping? Hold on. Yeah, there's no scan resolution on here, dude. This used to have scan resolution, my G. You literally used to be able to lock faster than remote Seabode no-seas with just 2 modules. The way it was on launch was absolutely critically comically under tested. Sniper mode in Pytha. What's funny, all Tech 3 besides Legion got the highest scan res. Off to get the little man from Grandma's. Have a good stream. Take care, Bang Biscuit. We're gonna party like it's 1969. Yeah. There was a mod on the original Sveeple that gave it a huge boost to scan res that just made it so fucking stupid. They've nerfed the Sveeple so many goddamn times. That ship was a nightmare, bro. On launch, you could just get rid of all your normal camps and just put 3 Sveeples on a gate and kill shit you have no business killing. You can't volley cruisers, but 3 of them get 2 or 3 volleys off by the time the cruiser locks you or tries to reapproach. It was so dumb. Yumbra says my top 3 Nemesis, Omen, Navy, Loki. Just joined. What do you think about there not being gas huffing crits finally? Yeah, I mean, I kind of didn't expect there to be based on what I originally heard, so I guess my expectations were low. I don't think gas needs crits. I think if nothing else, what we could do is just give it a couple more years and see if they're interested in reworking gas kind of deal. You know what I mean? Am I lagging? What the fuck is going on? Click that button like 12 times. So I'm not worried about crits, but gas will probably eventually cop a bit of a rework when they want to look at the clouds and stuff whenever they have time. I'm assuming a year or 2. Gas is good money anyway. It's hoping for a small gas bonus on the Outrider. Oh, so you could use it as an actual collection ship. I was using it earlier right before you raided. I don't know if you saw. I just replaced the Magoose with it, and it gave me like a 20% throughput gain, something like that. We did a round of gas on it. J-Space gas is insane good money. Nice. I guess it's all relative, right? I want to say they nerfed that like 10 years ago. Swagger. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I can promise you that it used to have a Screz bonus, and it used to make the ship so ignorant. So whatever is going on with my memory, your memory, I don't even care. I love you, bro. That's all I gotta say. But one of us is getting old, and it's probably me. Should I tell you guys when I turn 40? Or no? I'm in my 30s now, mid 30s. So it's not going to be soon. When I turn 40, should I have like a stream and be like, hey guys, I'm 40 now. And just like, let the unk jokes fly. Uncle can. Chloro-unk. Chlorunk. Nah, it doesn't work. None of it flows. You're from 88. You got a couple years on me, yeah. Probably placebo. When I always thought you could lock stuff faster in sharpshooter. Swagger, I don't know what's going on with you. I think we might need to do a little lobotomy and put you in an insane asylum. 40-hour turning 40 stream. Would anybody really want a 40-hour chloroquine stream? Dude, after about 2 hours, my commentary turns into like XQC style, like Cheeto, like just pointless, like. By the way, Amamake and Abudban, or sorry, Amamake and Osagar and other systems nearby are fucking lawless. There's bubbles in Amamake. Shit's crazy. 40 hours would be unhinged. I couldn't do 40 hours. My ass gets 20 hours deep into like a day. If I don't sleep for like a 20-hour period, I will forcibly pass out on the floor violently. Chlorunk when Abudban is now perfect. Yeah, in Lowsec, if an insurgency happens, like a pirate faction warfare event happens, they can corrupt it to the point where they're allowed to drop bubbles in Lowsec. It's fucking buck wild. Tom is lawless too? Wow, how could that be at the same time? Mafia says I'd watch that stream just to see how deranged you'd end up. Alright, that's too parasocial. You gotta root for me. He's like, yeah, man, he's gonna crack. He's gonna crack any minute now. There's like a fucking live betting market. Patty says, should I pull the trigger and get an Outrider for 300 mil? Yeah, the materials are only 100 mil, so I'd wait till it's at least under 200. I saw it for 250 at Amamake earlier. I mean, maybe do a little shopping around. Don't rush the Outrider. It's just a marginal increase, and you'll get it for price pretty soon. In a week, it'll be like 150 mil everywhere, I bet. As an Abudban supporter, I agree. 72-hour Bombers Bar Armada was too much for me. Dude, fuck that shit. That's impressive. How many FCs do they have running that? Must have been shifts. 328 million for an Outrider and Yida? Yeah, I can tell you the materials were like 100 when I bought them. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. Chlorunkin. Oh, there you go. No, that's good. Chlorunkin is good. Who had said that? Mahoninator, nice. Chlorunkin. A spelunkin we will go. $6 billion in Jetta for Odysseus. God damn, son. Yeah, people got them built yesterday, and it takes like a day or something. I'm almost back in Amamake, presuming no goofs and gaffs. I like these things. Vim has spelunking. I'd say what I've learned about lawless space is, you know, you kind of it's not undoable, but you kind of just got to understand that they could have the worst setup in there at any point. It's really random what people got going on in lawless space, so just got to be mindful of it. That's all. I'd like to look at the materials for the Odysseus before I finish today. Oh my god, how has it been 2 hours already? What's happening? How does this happen with my stream? It's because there's no commercial breaks, that's why. That's why. Striker says, is the Odysseus you're doing? It literally... No, it's not my doing at all. But flatteringly enough, we were like watching a CCP a bit when they talked about it, and they did drop a little bit of reference to a Nomad Tale. It was cool. But they understand that there's like a group of people out there that like this style, and there's no endgame vessel for them. The Orca doesn't really suit the average player. The Odysseus, though, everybody's down for that shit. That's the good, you know? Yeah, let's take a quick look skis over there first. I don't even feel like scrolling for bubbles. What's the draw of the Odysseus? The Odysseus is cool. I made a video about it, but to sum it up, the Odysseus is cool because if you have like a sane amount of accounts and characters, let's say two accounts, 3 or 4 characters, the Odysseus actually can do a lot with that character slot. It's true. But if you have like a trillion characters, it may not be quite as nice. But even with a lot of characters, it could have a use. It can roll wormholes. It can finish wormholes off like a hick could technically. I don't think you're going to see it used for that. It's way too expensive to risk it like that. But yeah, it can. It can. So if you're using a very slim setup and you got nothing else to close it, you could definitely use an Odysseus. It works the exact same way. So I said we have an Outrider here. Another Pioneer here. I've been kind of building these things, like I said. We can build another one right now. So I want to hand one of these out to a chatter, so I guess we should hit up Discord for that, right? I'm not gonna like sell these to people. I just don't care. I don't really need the money, don't want the money, and they'll be cheap enough soon enough for you guys. You don't just give it another day or two. You'll be able to buy them yourselves. It's just not worth the effort for you to make a bunch and sell them to people that want them. But I'll hand one out because you guys are cute. Wait, Fossabot spammed the Discord right when I said Discord. That's crazy. Alright, so if you join my Discord right now, and go to the giveaways channel.
Connecting.
Giveaways. If you go here, I'm gonna give away an Outrider. Let's give it like 10 minutes, give you guys a chance to scramble to your phones. One winner, prize, Outrider hull in Amamake. It's in Amamake, folks. Actually, I guess I can bring it to whatever hub you want, I suppose. Nah, I'm lazy. Fuck you. You're gonna have to come and get it. Alright, so all you gotta do is go to my Discord and, where's the poop? I clicked it! Dude, that's bullshit. Hey. That's bullshit, Konami. I clicked it before you, dude. It just didn't go. Useless. I'm salty as fuck. Did you lose White Whale or rename to Blue? So I usually name my Orca White Whale, my Porpoise Ghost Whale, and my Rorqual Blue Whale. Guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give away an Outrider. Let me change my stream title. We'll put it back later. What's up, Trist? How you doing? Breezy Winter, what's up? So you got 10 minutes to join this. Go to the giveaways channel in my Discord. You can !mark Discord if you don't have the link. And all you gotta do is go to the giveaways channel. The last one has a little present box here. Click the present box to enter. That's it. Obviously, make sure to drop a poo-poo mode as well, and probably add a few more on there yourself. This is for an Outrider. It's worth like 100 mil, but maybe it's worth more right now. I built a couple extra. I didn't expect to give them away, but they're really not that hard to build. It's interesting. You know, I'm almost noticing something with industry is like, it's almost similar to Linux. Anybody can do it, but it seems like there's a barrier. That's it. What's up, T-Cougs? Oh, Dom says I'm Crispy Chicken's alt. Fascinating. Multiple Twitch accounts. In my contests? Couldn't be. Oh, wait, no, this is Discord. Never mind. Doesn't matter. You know, CCP stream giveaways. Shh, don't tell them that. They're gonna ban you. They're gonna be like, ah, we found him. We found that bastard. Rob Haney over on YouTube. Good to see you. I want to say I've always had this name Blue Whale. Maybe during the series I named it something else. I'm not sure. I don't want to do any spoilers, but yeah, it's right there, I guess. You get a couple tiny spoilers when you come here. Nothing big. Can we make a skin for the Outrider? Is that allowed? Does Lieberwolf come with a Dark Raider? I don't think it comes with it, no. It probably just comes with U-Block. There's a Dark Raider on it. Just on the Firefox store you can get. Good luck to anybody entering the contest. I'm only using Discord. I don't really like Discord so much, but I'm using it because that way our YouTube viewers have a chance. Otherwise, if I do it through Twitch, it's not very fair, is it? I happen to actually like our YouTube viewers. It says there's 31 people watching on YouTube, which is mind-blowing. I remember when I did it, like, started doing this like a couple weeks ago or a month ago, it was like 1 or 2 people. Now we have a little YouTube crowd. I love that. Maybe it's everybody on Twitch watching on YouTube. Who knows? I don't give a fuck. They talk about bread bowls over there. It's great. The Odysseus can be used for hauling through. True. You know, I suppose the porpoise can also do that, but just less safe without the Covops. Are you live tomorrow morning? You know, I'd like to be. Digging the music? What is it? I can give you the song. It's called Bonfire by Saint Weekend. Actually, you know, I really like this band or this producer. There's actually a couple songs that this person has made that I've really liked over the years of listening to this stuff. This is Chill Hop, though. If you look at my Twitch About Me page below or whatever it is, there should be a link to Chill Hop. Is this mask thing allowed to go through figure holes? Yeah. Yeah. It has hick capabilities, which means it can get down to literally 1 M3 or whatever if you stack enough. Came here from Laura's channel, digging the vibes here. Hell yeah, Corey. Shout out Laura, that's my boy. No ads on YouTube? That's true. That's true. I should have no ads on Twitch as well, but there's the pre-roll, right? Dude's like, no way. All right, fair. Can't even use Twitch for anymore for like a week? No worries. I'm going to keep streaming to YouTube and Twitch. I like it. It's good. I originally thought it was kind of like greedy. It seems like a way to make more money or whatever, but like, I just don't monetize it, so it's not that way. Somebody was like doing some chat over on YouTube that was giving me money. I didn't understand what that was, but let's not do those. Just started Eve yesterday. Wow, welcome. Eve is a great game. It's really hard to kind of see any other games that really kind of do it in this way. However, it's not for everyone. If you're liking it, it's probably for you though. Multi-stream is the way to go. Flaming Dragon? Yeah, no doubt. I'm still hesitant to combine chats. I don't use Restream.
Connecting.
But it would be kind of nice to maybe... You know, honestly, like, how hard could it be to build something to scrape this window and output it? Like, how hard could that be? I don't need IRC hookup. I'm cool with scraping the window, even. Use a line break as, you know? Started Eve last week myself. Yeah, Laura's quite proficient at getting people to start the game. My whole thing is like kind of inspiring them and encouraging them. But Laura is really good at like getting you to kind of get sucked into it, enjoy it, and like realize it's for you and teach you a couple useful tricks. We kind of have complementary content styles, I've noticed. Revans on YouTube on the bed tablet do be better than Twitch for multitasking. True, and I'm not going to explain Revans to normies. But yeah, you're right. 5-star Nemesis. 5-star Nemesis. That's intimidating. Of course, Domf Diggler. Don't forget to use a referral code and get that 1 mil SP. 8-track, what's up? They won't forget, trust me. Someone's going to tell them. Flaming says, not hard, you could definitely do it. I mean, I am doing, wait. You're talking about me multi-streaming? I am multi-streaming right now. I kind of dislike the word normies. I heard a guy who claimed to do some very disgusting thing. Yeah, normies is kind of on that edge, but normies also comes from RuneScape culture. Normies means normal accounts. It also means people that aren't like neurodivergent. People use it like that. Other people use it in like 4chan ways. It is a broad word. If it gives you the willies, my bad wearball. I do use it a bit though. In RuneScape, anybody that's playing a normal account, playing the normal way is a normie. Oh, you could definitely do it combining the chats, yeah. It'd probably be hard for me. Are you a software engineer? Me? No. I never got paid a cent for anything I've coded. I probably won't. Soul says Laura got me to break after a 2-ish year break. Now I'm doing more than I ever did. Hell yeah. Oh, Laura Mirth. We got a couple of prolific Loru haters in the chat too, which is always hilarious. We got people that came back and started the game because of Laura, and we got people that are like, he's wrong about Fitz. If players are to nerds, what nerds are to normal people. There you go. In that case, I think I used the word normies to describe people that wouldn't want to install Revanced. Revanced is just a little bit too technologically locked away for the average person. Guys, 30 seconds left on the skin. Sorry, on the ship. 30 seconds left. Get it while it's hot. Who's gonna win? Laura's like ace face on crack. Good luck. 15. I'm here because of Laura. Really enjoyed Nomad's Tale. Hell yeah. Yeah. Laura told me he was gonna react to a Nomad's Tale. I was like, dude, that's awesome. I had no idea how many people would kind of Venn diagram to my community as a result. Uh-oh. Super react. Where's Cashy Colt? Here we go. 1 second. Slayer Hellboy. What's up, gangsta? Let me get some rigs in chat. Congrats. Coffee was 15. It's like just no. There's a bunch of people that don't like Oro style of content here that are happy to let me know. You're just the funniest. Oh, congratulations, friendo. Slayer Hellboy on Discord. Respond to DMs and we'll get you your skin. There you go. I got you. Or your ship. Someone says rigged over on YouTube. Hell yeah. Rigged as hell. Dude, look at this guy's username. Thickum G Frog. Dude, this is my new favorite chatter. What the fuck? You can come grab it? Alright, word. Congratulations, Mr. Outrider's a new ship. It's a personally important one to me. And I guess I'm just sharing the love, that's all. Can't type. I started Eve Station at misinterpreted, rolled in an Angel Alliance in faction warfare against my very station, died like 30 times. Oof. Oof, playing it on hard mode, Green Gatlin. I'm gonna go to sleep. See you, Trist. What's up, Tare? How you doing? Black Hole Coffee, what's poppin'? Welcome. I love you guys. I feel like this content is for the younger audience. Maybe. I call it mainstream personally. It has much wider appeal than the stuff I do. But I love what I do. It's possible that I can root for fellow content creators and be proud of my own work too. It's possible. You know what I'm saying? So I think I'll probably just muck around with a tiny bit of industry and maybe go back to gas here. I'm gonna take a little intermission after the giveaway, give people a chance to disseminate and leave now that there's no more free stuff.jpg, right? But I just want to say thank you all for being here for real. And we'll keep the show going for another couple hours, yeah? Feel free to mock me when I'm gone. It's actually encouraged. Here be. Where's the Chloro stream rate for you? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, number 12. I feel like I'm on a couple people's top 5. Weirdball says 1 out of 1. What? No. I feel like I'm on at least a few of your top 5 lists. 4 out of 20. That wow, that's good. That is. I'm gonna spark one up to that. 5 out of 5 ants? Fuck yeah, dude. These are exactly the answers I was seeking. That's pretty awesome. He's talking about how I'm giving stuff away from a fucking lawless system. Alright, we're gonna do some fucking gas when we come back here in a couple minutes. We're gonna do gas because today is Outrider Day, right? You feel me? You ever watch football at all? What type of football are we talking here? European football, American football? Talking egg ball here? We talking handball, football, leg ball? What type of ball are we talking here, mister? American football? Yeah, I've watched some. Definitely. I'd say I've only ever watched a lot during a few seasons a while ago. I was watching the Colts when Andrew Luck was on, and that was super fun. Don't have a favorite team or anything, though. How about you? Do you watch American football? I actually happen to quite like American football. I think it's like the closest sports game to an RTS we have. Which is kind of sweet. Colts are back, not bad. My new default Eve stream while earning free stuff. Damn, that's high praise. Respect, respect. I love that for me. A couple more seconds here. We'll get on a cloud here. Start set tripping. You already know what it is. I said you already know what it is. But if you try, sometimes you just might find you don't know shit. Drop that gas. Yeah, that's right. Drop the gas on the ground. Nobody gets hurt. Jack can the gas. That's right. Nobody has to get hurt today. Let's finish off that VFR. That sounds good. Waste more time. Should I just stream gas for like 4 hours and then pass out? Thoughts? Thoughts? Wait for it. Wait for it. Bada bing, bada boom, mamma mia, I make it a sauce with the Vincetti pizza pasta. Why do I mock the Italian? Surely that's a rhetorical question. The Italian people are awesome. And they sound hilarious. Fuck, I'm gonna have to do Duolingo for fucking Italian now, aren't I? God damn it. This is exactly what happened with German people. Same thing. Sheesh on a fucking leash. I've seen this movie before. It ends poorly. About to raid my wife's gummy bag. That's awesome. Good for you, man. Sounds fun. Oh, I didn't drop the gas from the Outrider. You're not allowed to say Outrider, by the way. Sorry, I'm not reading chat. What's up? Someone said grouper in YouTube. What the fuck? No grouper emoji on YouTube. That's true. Emoji game on YouTube is weak as fuck. All I know about American football is Go Birds. I mean, that is the closest sports team.jpg to me. However, I think American football is super fucking fun to, like, to strategically watch unfold. It seriously is a lot closer to a video game than like any other sport. It's kind of shocking. I have played a tiny bit of Madden when I was younger. People would pass the controller, and that was actually kind of interesting, but I think the actual sport itself is really nuts. Real talk, easily #1 for all you content creators. Well, you know. I was trying to fish it out of you, and I got it. Let's go. Thank you. Bobble is the best ball. While on the topic of sports, are you an actual Yankees fan, or is it just a fashion choice? Just a fashion choice, for sure. My state, especially the east side, likes to appropriate that New York culture. I also have a bunch of Yankees gear passed on to me that I don't really use. Now is the time to watch the Colts. I guess the thing is with football, like when I was watching it, I wasn't like super interested in the like, because I wasn't betting or doing fantasy or even like, I didn't even go to bars to watch it. I would just like check it out occasionally on VODs as it progressed. Just like any other fucking show or something I would normally treat it as. So it wasn't like a social thing for me at all. Most of my friends don't even like football. But what I thought was really cool about it was just like the way it unfolds over the season and the strategy changes and everything in between. It's actually really crazy. Know some gamer homies at homie, if you don't say go birds at the mention of the football, the gods themselves will strike me down. Nah. People are weird about sports. I mean, I don't gotta tell a motherfucking European people are weird about sports, man. Soccer, football, that shit motherfuckers go hog wild for. Someone explaining to me what a hooligan is, I'm just like, what is that even? Like, that's lame. And scary. Like, why are you that fanatic? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's just a fashion choice. I remember when I was younger, you know, late 90s, early 2000s, Yankees were winning fucking everything. It's probably not like that anymore, right? Huge Mariners fan here? Yes, people would yell at me sometimes when I wear these hats. I think I got 2 Yankee hats. People yell at me for wearing these. They're like, fucking take that shit off. I'll send you an Orioles hat, some shit, whatever it is. I'm just like, alright. Let's wear it again. Wear it again. Fuck it. Harvey Birdman earlier said Wagwan, and I ignored him, I think. Now it's just coming to my brain. Where was that at? I feel like that was a while ago. Damn, how far back was this? Oh, fuck. This was over an hour ago. Damn. Well, if you're... So, I just... An hour an hour ago or whatever, someone said hi to me, and now it just entered my head I should say hi back. Well, alright then. Need a light. Locked and loaded. Delighted too. Set a course. Battle cruiser operational. Dude, every time I start doing Blizzard lines, it spirals out of control. Every time. It's like a mental disease. Inglorious Sneak, what's up? How you doing? Scottish Status here. Anybody else sliding in here? Oh no, dude, what's up? Love you guys. My girlfriend turned me into a Vikings fan. At gunpoint, or like she was kissing you every time you said Vikings are cool? Did she Pavlov you? How'd that work? It's football, you cretins. Keep playing that Ed ball. We went to the World Series last year? Yeah, I obviously don't follow baseball at all. It's just an avenue for violence. That's kind of the vibe I got from hooligans. This Pioneer is going to orbit with Outrider links. So I don't think the Pioneers are worth using for gas. I think it's a downgrade in most ways. But the Outrider, this thing here is obviously extremely worth it. This is a real badass piece of machinery, I'd say, for a couple of reasons. Now, I suppose one thing to think about as you do this, it's not just an upgrade, you know, it does cost a tiny bit more, but people would love to kill this. So normally people don't even bother with like a Magoose and a couple of prospects, but if you have an Outrider for like the next couple of weeks, people are going to find you and probably camp you extra hard, so be careful when you go wormholes. You don't think they're worth it? Pioneers? Well, they mine the same amount as a prospect, but go slower and hold less. Is this the right room to argue about web browsers? It sure is. The only real football is American football, says Manny. Damn. Rugby town. Rugby's too real. Rugby is like chronic traumatic pathology hell. I can't even imagine surviving that sport. Only thing worse is like MMA. Oh no, dude says for gas has no bonuses though. What's that? Pioneers? Yeah, they do. Pioneers get bonuses, it just ends up being adding up to the same as a prospect. Yeah, you know me. Outrider? NFL is pretty bad for CT? True, true. At least they like take it somewhat seriously. It seems like MMA doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, so no, this does actually have gas bonuses. If you look at the info here, where is it? We have a 10% bonus to mining foreman links. So this is a gas bonus. You mean local gas bonuses? You wouldn't use this to actually collect the gas. The only reason we're scooping is because it's just might as well you're here. Free gas. Pioneer, yeah, Pioneer with 3 scoops, scoops the same as a prospect, yep.
Connecting.
Thought I was subbed on YouTube because I had been watching your Nomad Tale series. You weren't subbed on YouTube? Jeez. Unbelievable. How dare you. We were actually talking about web browsers earlier. More padding means you can hit harder. I'm not going to get into the science of it. I don't know how that works. I'm just trying to say at least the NFL is open about the CTE issue. In MMA, if you talk about it, you're a pussy is basically what it comes down to, which is obviously extremely dangerous. I imagine rugby is probably pretty dangerous too. I don't know though. I kind of was talking shit on rugby, but it could be that it's safer than American football for all I know. It's probably worse than MMA, dude. It's way worse than MMA. Come on. Don't. Yeah. Come on. Everybody gets CTE in MMA after a long enough career. It's like almost impossible to avoid. The whole thing is disgusting, the way it's monetized. I do watch this from time to time still. I don't know what's wrong with me. Some ancient blood sport bullshit. Rugby is safer on the concussion side than the NFL? Really? Okay, okay. I just assumed because of less protective gear, there'd be more dangerous injuries. I'll bring back my opinion on rugby's danger. Greatest field sport on the planet is Aussie Victorian rules football. Watch one match and no sending off rules at all. Hockey's really bad as well for concussions. Yeah, I've heard hockey. I don't know much about that either. What does the E stand for in CTE? Chronic, traumatic, pathological. I might look it up, but you know, I'd rather just like fumble the word. Encephalopathy. Encephalopathy. Thank you. It's not a word we use all the time, right? Yeah, so they're saying because of the extra padding in American football, they take more impacts. Rugby generally doesn't actually get their heads hit that much. How you like the new Outrider? What's up, T-Coos? Yeah, it's a pretty big upgrade for me. My napkin math said 20% upgrade. And looks cool as shit. And it's built for this. It's definitely, this is definitely a Chlorokin approved ship. I didn't expect to see this ship at all. This is like out of left field for me. This just makes my job more fun to scoop gas, which is like my space job or whatever, you know? Or role playing. It just makes it more fun and cool. The whole thing is slicker now. The whole thing is faster now. The whole thing is just a little tiny bit more exciting. It feels more purpose-built. Using the Magoose was something that was tough to explain to people that don't know gas. But now we've got the Outrider. The Outrider. Heard soccer can be bad because of heading the ball too. I feel like American football and MMA have got to be, as far as mainstream sports with just trivial, constant injury leading into like more chronic things like CTE. I feel like they've got to be up there. MMA is a special one though, because it's like you're basically trading lifespan for small amounts of money. There's a lot of cartilage damage to the ears in rugby. Blofeld, yeah, you get cauliflower ear, they call it here. What do they call cauliflower ear in your language, guys? Cauliflower ear is when your ear gets damaged a lot and gets puffy. You ever see a boxer or an MMA guy? Boxing is worse than MMA for CTE. I'm just gonna say that sounds crazy to me, but I'm not a doctor. I don't know any numbers. I got nothing to back that up other than just vibes. So if that's true, that's crazy.
Connecting.
You'd certainly take a more steady stream of hits to the head in boxing, but the actual impact is so much lower. Blumenkohl. So it's Blumenkohl. Blumenkohl. So this is cauliflower. Interesting. Anybody know any like Eastern Asian languages? What are do they use the cauliflower vegetable to describe that here or what? Pay for MMA fighters is kind of low, right? Yeah, the Premier League in terms of pay is the UFC for the average low fighter, and they pay them pennies. There are leagues that pay more for the high-end fighters, of course, but the whole thing is nuts. Like, I can stream and make a couple pennies from it. That's allowed because this is easy and it's fun, right? But to fight for nothing and to like, oh. There's nothing to do but feel bad for the fighters. I suppose it's a step above slavery gladiatorial games, right? But not by enough to feel comfortable. The fact that you know there's no death and the people are getting paid is not enough to overcome how insane MMA actually is, and other combat sports that actually don't take into account the artist side of the martial arts. Amai, what's up? I just discovered your Nomad series on YouTube. Big props, first time I catch you live. 07, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. We're just chilling, flying the new ship here. I should probably zoom in so people can see it, yeah? Just hanging out, enjoying life. Welcome to the stream. I'm working diligently on episode 16 of A Nomad Tale, hoping to have it done by the end of the year. That's true. That's right. That'd be cool. UFC products is going down the drain probably for that reason. There's a lot of reasons why that product's going down the drain, mate. I don't even know if I want to dedicate time into talking about the UFC because like they suck. And like I do catch it from time to time, even to this day, but yeah, they do suck. Maybe boxing actually pretty different in terms of CTE risk because boxing has a standing count. Guys are being hit hard enough to be knocked down and getting back up to be hit more or less common in MMA. I guess I just don't understand CTE. If CTE is more likely to form from repetitive small hits, sure. But if CTE is likely to form and be exacerbated by like traumatic hits, then like MMA is not even close. They're taking kicks to the head without headgear. Kickboxing at least has headgear. In MMA, you're literally taking kicks from grown-ass fucking huge men to the fucking head. I don't see a sport that comes close to that. Repeat. Okay, so if I just don't understand CTE, fair enough. Well, let's just talk about brain trauma then. Nothing beats MMA. I don't want to hear it. But if CTE is a very specific long-term form that's more from the repetitive strikes, okay, that makes more sense why people will say MMA is not the worst offender. Nomad Tale for Xmas by 2025? Fuck yeah. I just finished episode 16 of a Nomad Tale, or 15. I'm gonna release 16, yeah. Yeah. Encephalopathy. 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 And some of these things obviously make sense to us. Pathy, NSEF, this is something to do with brains, isn't that? You want to hear something fun? I've been playing Eve since 2007, but I just came back a month ago. So I did that. I started in 2005, but I didn't really leave HiSec for like 4 or 5 years. You're not alone. I hope you have a fun time playing Eve with your adventures, and feel free to be a part of the community and share what you're doing with us too. I love that shit. I'm a very anxious person, you know. I've been treating myself and, like, you know, making sure I'm making progress in life. And you see a little bit of that in a Nomad tale. I get braver and braver. But a big part of that is just grinding at it. I'm missing something. My prospect cycle time was 13.6 and had 2 scoops, but my Pioneer is 10.7 and has 3 scoops. Yeah. So what ends up happening is the Pioneer has less strong boosts than, or bonuses than the prospect. If we look at the prospect, check this out. Here, I'll do it with a comparative. Well, we can just pull up in both. So if we look at the Pioneer, let's do the prospect first. So if we look at the prospect, we're looking at, let's see here. 100% roll bonus, which basically doubles the gas scoops. Also, we're getting a 25% reduction in gas cloud scoop duration. Compare this to the Pioneer, and you'll notice that we're missing that roll bonus to double the gas cloud scoops, but we actually have another gas cloud scoop. So in theory, right now, without looking at the bonuses, and including this one, we have 75% as good as a prospect. But it just so happens that they add another bonus on top of that that doesn't even multiply with this bonus, that puts it exactly on par with a prospect. So with a Pioneer, even with more scoops and faster cycle times, because you're missing that roll bonus, you're actually scooping the same as a prospect still. That's my understanding. I hope that helps. It's confusing. Amaya, thank you for sharing, and I'm glad you're getting a little more courageous. That's huge. My cousin fought in the UFC for a few times, and I'll just say I'm glad she's retired. Yeah, it's especially brutal for women's MMA. The only good part about women's MMA is, seriously, like, it's a tiny bit less life threatening, which is awesome, just because of slightly better distributed muscle mass to, you know, legs and stuff. There's a lot more chokes, and there's a lot more submissions than there are just strikes to the face with, you know, but the kicks are still crazy. I mean, I wouldn't want to be kicked by Shevchenko or one of these other, you know, turbo women. But it's just, it feels a little bit better to watch women's MMA because, like, at least, like, they're not just dead, like, it's nice. My worst experience was watching a Rogue to Triggs, was losing a Rogue to Triggs because I was unaware what they were 3 years ago. Amazing. Made about 5 billion ISK last month thanks to Crimson Heart. I love it. Yeah, we all play even different ways. I mean, I just kind of like do gas and chill out and just do my own thing, do some indie, talk to people. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about like, oh, I haven't been here, I haven't done this yet. Just follow what you like. If you want to do nullsec, go for it. If you want to do JSpace, go for it. But if not, don't feel bad. Be yourself. It's pretty common in this game to people to like, oh, shitty Care Bears and HiSec. But you know what, man? Just be yourself. Do Garissa missions increase your Garissa pirate faction? Yeah, I'm pretty sure so. At least the Angels, I think, did. MMA not being the worst offender doesn't make it any better. That's true, Manny. Thank you. People don't leave HiSec, get confused with the idea of spending time in low null in a Tech 1 exploration frigate. Yeah, there's stuff to learn there, but it comes from a position of like wanting to do it, not like feeling guilty that you haven't or feeling insufficient. That's kind of what I'm fighting back about. I mean, you can stay in HiSec your whole life. There's people that just do project discovery when they log in, that's it, and then log out, you know? What you get out of Eve is just whatever you want. I just happen to really enjoy making a corporation, building a machine, doing some gameplay loops, keeping it fun, adding new things, tweaking things, sharing my results. Content creation is a big part of it. My front per hour video has me thinking about exploring different playstyles and vids. Hell yeah. Dude, you should. I especially smile over the idea of like people being inspired to share the stuff they do. Drone makes videos, but like he's like, you know, there's a lot of ways to play this game. Doing missions for Garissa does increase your faction with them? Yeah, no doubt. Project Discovery, LMAO, listen, you'd be nice. Project Discovery people are people too. What's up, Zappercon? Nothing wrong with being a high sick dweller? Of course, of course. I don't think you were picking on anyone. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. They're a little bit extra scared of it. Eve's in a super good place for new players to start playing right now. We're called the Ugandan Space Force. Nice. Good stuff. Sick name. I'm glad you're having a good time, for real. No notes, no notes. Got nothing to add, just happy. I hit render on a vid of me mining an adventure. Alright. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with asparagus. Project Discovery, I'm not sure how it all goes down. Why does everyone multi-boxes Timber Slam? Yeah. So let me just be clear. There's 3 reasons. Number 1, because it's actually fun to control a bunch of characters. It's rare that you get to do this in games from this perspective. Number 2, it's powerful. You can get more done and you can scale better machines. Number 3, it's allowed. So I'd say if any one of those weren't true, it would probably not be used, right? If it wasn't fun, if it wasn't effective, and if it wasn't allowed, people would stop in a second, obviously. But all those are true, which means we're allowed to multi-box and people will do it. Now, single boxing is cool. But Eve becomes special to a lot of people when they kind of realize they can kind of do all sorts of different things at the same time, kind of play it like an RTS. Now, a lot of people play single box and will never change. That's cool. The game's also amazing. You can tap into the sandbox from a single player's perspective as well. But what's really unique about it is that the game literally encourages multi-boxing because it's financially lucrative. It's just not something you normally see in games to encourage it. I know other games you're allowed to or whatever, WoW back in the day, or maybe even now, you can multi-box. But yeah, so I made a video about multi-boxing, but I'm not gonna like link to or anything. But my thoughts were basically like, you know, it's interesting we draw the line there instead of even allowing more automation and whatnot. This is cargo something that can be disabled? Yeah, there's a little button here. You can turn this off. And you can also just target off of it too. That'll probably work. Massive force multiplier, simple as. Eve Unity has grown by 60% in the last 5 months. That's huge. Timber Slam, welcome to the stream. Hope that helps. Breezy Winter says I'm blue with Garistas, diamond rats on my characters. That's awesome. I lost a hunter to this. Do you screen fetch in the background? Yeah, this is fast fetch and that's neo fetch. Showing off Catchy OS and Debian 12. Little decoration. Someone was making funny because I had laptops for decoration, but it's mostly for the fast fetch. Mal has similar restrictions to Eve and multiboxing? Yeah. But I guess the fact is, Eve is truly amazing for multiboxing, more so though than something like WoW, because the game is very slow, low input required, and it has a 1 hertz server tick. So like it's a perfect storm for controlling multiple characters through different clients. There's a world back in the day where they would have allowed you to merge your characters in a client officially, but there's always kind of a nice plausible deniability built in from the business standpoint of like not building the game only for multi-boxers. They can be like, oh, you can play our game as a single boxer, and it's true. But multi-boxing is almost like another game entirely. It's weird. It's another mode on the game is the best way to look at it. The truth is that if you kill somebody while multi-boxing, you shouldn't feel quite as good as if you did it single boxing. And you should feel even less good than if you did it on like an alpha or something like that, right? So kind of the point is, you know, how you're playing the game matters a lot in terms of like how much accomplishment you can get out of it. So let me go drop some gas off. Shift C turns it on or off? Cool. Feeling of running 4 thrashers and doing your own gate camp is quite nice. Does the lookout activate for anyone else when approaching a structure or something in game? No, but usually that means you're using like a macro that has alt or something. Alt is the default lookout, isn't it? So you might have a macro that switches windows that or something that uses alt for a keybind. I would get off of that keybind just to be sure. We'll drop a little gas off here, folks. Kind of cool that I get to pull gas out of the Outrider as well. I have an instrumental core ready to rock, so let's just go scoop that up. You know, fuck it. When in Rome. Kaylee Cakes 81, what's up? Welcome.
Connecting.
Oh, so you're talking about this? You talking about auto tracking? Here, I'll turn it on. You talking about this thing? Turn this off. Make sure this isn't on. That's what they're trying to tell you right here. Auto tracking down there at the bottom of the screen. I've got myself an Outrider. An Outrider. Kaylee Cakes with the follow. Thank you. Zangiefs Briefs. I'm in love with Sentry Jones. Ooh, the Odysseus can't use Sentry Jones. Oof. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at the Odysseus today. Whatever, I guess I'll just do it later. Can't be perfect, right? Getting tie-dye. Laptops for decoration sound like goals. Is that bourgeois post thing? I mean, this is like a fucking refurbished ThinkPad from like 2003. I don't know how bouged up I'm doing it. I've auto checking off, it still doesn't when you purchase. Oh, is there actually a glitch? Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's fucking whack. Yeah. Make sure to complain about that so that they get rid of that. Nerds Flexco. Tell him, dude. Tell him. I haven't noticed that. That's interesting. Discord overlay. Ooh, interesting. I bet the Discord overlay has some weird command with an alt thing, and alt is like triggering it. It happens to me sometimes with my scripts. You know, I've changed my script a lot. Maybe we can talk about it. I know how much you guys love that. Every time I hear your target audio, my heart skips a beat and I start frantically cycling through my miners to see if one of them is about to get nuked. Yeah. Watching streams is dangerous while playing. There's no way out of that. You know, this is a good way to show you my observations. My observations was that boosted this Outrider, the Outrider is going to do about half of the prospects. And look, 480, 240. See this in the same time frame. So basically this update gave me better boosts and another free half of a prospect. That's one way to look at this. Fuck, my yogurt. I didn't even eat it. Damn it. No, yogurt, no. Alright, it's still yogurt. I can confirm. It has not become steak. That shit's insanely good. I don't have Discord launched. Ret Suya, how are you doing? What's going on? I'm about to talk about some bash code. You ever see bash code? Are these boosts as strong as the port? My understanding is that they're as strong as the port unsieged. The siege adds some more strength to it though, that we can't get. A lot actually. But this would be the equivalent of a mobile unsieged port. However, it can also, I believe, fit turret slots, which I don't know if the port can. I've never even looked. Does your multiple training certificates allow you to play all your accounts? Nope. MCTs, multiple training certificates, just allow you to train an extra skill queue on that account. You can't in any way, shape, or form play a character on the same account at the same time as another character on that account. The only exception would be you can log out in space with a timer. You can close your client in space with a timer and come back in from another character, and you can see that character is sitting there still. You just can't play
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint
Smidge
reached.
42A with the prime. Thank you. Hell yeah. Much love. Hope you're having a good day. Smitch. Love you guys. Doing a little Outrider mining here. Outrider. This thing is great. I don't know how it really works for mining. Is this going to be used for mining at all? Maniac. Oh, excuse me. Wow, gross. Maniac over on YouTube. What's up? Welcome to my humble stream. I hope you have an awesome rest of your week. This is an instrumental core reservoir, by the way, so have we even looked at this one? No, not yet. Look how much money's in the cloud. It's nice. 881 million left. I'll take that real quick. Thank you. I feel like there's a world where we get rid of all of this. All of the ISK estimation. All of it. Down here, up here, everywhere. And go back to having to consort the market. The problem is everybody would just have like their browsers loaded up with Eve appraisal or back in the day other options, constantly checking the prices. There's just something about this that's kind of depressing, to just boil this cloud down into strictly the numbers like this visually. However, it is cool and I like it. It's not going to change anything but for the better, but there's something to be said that some abstraction between the product and the market value would be kind of nice. I know I'm splitting hairs here. How's your Outlander fitted to go that fast? Some prop mod stuff, yeah. Also, I have good skills. I have the best skills for this. Also, one other thing to note, I don't think this is an Outrider specific thing. I think this is all of them, but the micro jump fuel generator with max skills and stuff, it goes to 5.1. Which I think rounds to 6, which is bad news.jpg, but it's still really quick. Like, dude, the idea of ganking this is just still far-fetched as hell. If you're paying attention. Could maybe see it being used for ninja mining, otherwise no, not at all, yeah. Especially because you can't boosh, like, the porpoises anyway, you know? If they could be booshed by this thing, it would kind of add another niche to the mining side of it. Maybe you'd want this to save them. Should have brought in Rail Hecate instead of Blaster Proteus to do these missions. Blaster Proteus has got to be the worst fucking thing for missions, even though I'm a huge Blaster Proteus stan. Lucy, what's up, G? CCP should allow that to be turned off for the ISK estimation? Yeah. I guess I'm just talking about not even CCP or Eve, just like there's something to, because back in the day, Eve, I mentioned this a few times, like you would never, it wouldn't tell you how much stuff's worth. It would just be an item, and there's no estimated price anywhere. You'd have to go to market to check or go to a website to check. And I know that's annoying, and it's nice that it shows you now, but it does in a way kind of rob the product of its like uniqueness in the same way that any commodification does of an economy. In this sense, we're basically just like kind of pulling the mask off of what we're doing here a little bit. I'm already so jaded to it, it's not going to affect me. And I think newer players will appreciate the numbers, so no harm, no foul. But there is commentary there, 100%. And you know, one day when Eve shuts down, I'll make a game, and then I can balance it. When did you add the 5th account? Is it just for the Outrider at the moment? So the 5th account, you know, you'll hear about it in Nomad Tales 16, but it was added after episode 15. What's up, Eroz? How you doing? I hope they don't shut this game down. Everything ends. Everything. You, me, our love for each other. Bad, good. Everything ends. Everything is seasonal. Eve will end. It's just a matter of, you know, were we able to enjoy it while it's there? Lucy says, I don't end. Alright, sorry. We have a demigod in chat. Excuse me. Everybody but him. You can't escape entropy. There you go. Call of Duty is forever. Call of Duty is forever true. Death, taxes, Luciferius, and Call of Duty are forever. Alright, diamonds, yeah, they're forever unless you take a hammer to them. Eve will never die. No, all games, all MMOs die. Eve has a really long life, though. I'll say that. They've done some great things. Can you imagine Call of Duty 69? Oh, fuck me. What up, Gummy? How you doing, Slime? What's poppin'? So can I make a skin for this? Is that allowed? Can I do this right away? Oh, nice. Chilling after a long day, no doubt. I got you. I got you. What's up? Anything going on in Eve? Anything on your mind? I'm just Krillin. I've been streaming for 3 hours now, so I'm cooked. I'm totally off the clock now. The boss is off my back.
Autopilot disabled.
I'm just hanging out at the office now, you know what I
reached.
mean? Just lurking. Got me with the prime. Thank you. I'll take that prime. Hell yeah. Give me that. Give me that shit. Thank you. How's the Outrider? I like it. I'm a huge fan. Makes me feel appreciated by CCP. Not me, but like this play style. Can't really get used to the icon yet, though. It's kind of crazy. It's like this tiny little industrial thing down here. It's nuts. You see it? It's like, it's weird. The Outrider. Yeah, ship's dope. Boosted my mining by a lot, like 20% or so. If you have a lot of ships, it'll boost it by less than that. If you have even fewer, it'll boost it by more. I do believe that's how it works. Eraz says, working on maxing out air career program on my main. Fuck yeah. I love the air program. Gonna have 3 Tech 3 factory planouts on each of your PI things. That's awesome. My corporation, I'm kind of slowly building on the side for the stream. We were thinking about getting PI set up in a wormhole. For them. I don't want to do it because I'm lazy as shit. No rats here, conspicuously yet. How long have we been scooping for? No, okay, they'll still spawn. This is just a Vestal site. I love that they're looking at the older systems and folding in new player experience considerations. Yeah. Yeah. I burnt myself out with PI. Yeah. They have made a couple attempts to make PI more palatable these days. Copy pasting of setups and stuff, right? How much is an Outrider right now? I think people are selling them for way too much, but the materials are like 100 mil, so you know, 200 mil is still in the reasonable range for a fresh ship like this. Yeah, so I'll go through my bash script here, hang out, obviously talking about the new ships and the even as well, but and then we'll probably watch a couple videos as I try to finish this site. It'll take a while though. You'll get to hang out for a while. So I suppose before I start this, just for fun, I'll let it air out first, but I'm basically going to explain to you why I built this and then kind of walk you through it and some of the changes I've made. And then I'll kind of point you towards some more modern versions like nicotine and stuff. But the short and skinny is that I am going to kind of talk about what it's like to like come up with a problem in Linux and then like create your own tool to deal with it, even without like a ton of like brain power. That's kind of like the overarching thing that's going on with this. We'll probably eventually make some type of video about this situation, but for now I just want to talk to you guys about it. I got 125 people on Twitch. What the fuck? Alright, well, I'm sure they'll leave when I start talking about the code. That's good though. But basically, like, how do you have a problem? So it kind of ties together Eve, Linux. It's part of the Discord as well. There's actually, this is like a nice topic. I love talking about on stream. It's been a while. But this time I'm going to do it from a more kind of holistic way. I'm going to talk about like why I did this instead of just the code. So Super says, I'm here for it. Device says, we mob, and Koname says, rigged. All right. How do I mod this guy? So here's the deal. You know, let's just say you play the game. And here's your clients, and you have like your little thing here, and your modules, and your text box, or whatever, right? So you're playing the game, great. You can just play, there's no big deal. But what if you want to play this account and this account at the same time? Same exact kind of style setup, right? What if you want to play them both? Well, most of the people that kind of run into this naturally, they know it's a thing, but they don't really know the tools or how to do it. They just Alt-Tab between them. Alt-Tab on Windows or Mac, I believe, and even most Windows or Linux distros will change windows to the last window. So if you had two, you can kind of Alt-Tab between them, and it works. There's really no issues. It's not the fastest, but you don't need to be very fast, to be honest. It's not that hard to juggle two accounts under most people. So this is kind of like the first step of like kind of doing yourself dirty is getting used to Alt-Tabbing. Right? The problem with Alt-Tabbing is because it doesn't scale past two guys. What happened when you add the third? Oops, sorry. No, fuck you. I knew it. As soon as I heard it, I muted. How long have I been muted for? Dude.
Chris_B_chicken says you are muted.
Yeah, I have a double hotkey that click the mute button.
Connecting.
I'm done streaming. I'm over this shit. I'm so bad. Fuck me, dude. Thanks for coming, everyone. Make sure to visit my Discord and say, go fuck yourself, Chloro. Oh, no. Also, on top of that suck salad, I also managed to drop 2 frames. That's like letting just 1% of a fart go. It doesn't matter. They heard it. Zapper says later. No, I'm going to stay here. All right, well. Let me go back. Thanks for the problem. All right, I'm just kidding. This is why you guys come here, to watch me fuck up. It's so embarrassing. I'm over here just like pouring my heart out and doing the pirate software shit, and nobody can hear me, and they're just like
Autopilot disabled.
memeing too hard.
Waypoint
Manny, thank you,
reached.
sir. Manny says, well, good night to it. No, I'm cheesing. I'm cheesing, don't worry. Alright, well, let's go back. What was the last thing someone heard? Did you hear me talking about 2 accounts or no? It was pretty funny, actually. I gotta admit. All right. Here's the deal. Let's try this again. So the thing is, most people naturally, when they add a second account without like a lot of friends or like a corp that like is in the know, or they don't read stuff about it, it just kind of happens naturally. They alt tab. The problem is alt tabbing does not scale to 3 characters and beyond, right? It doesn't scale, right? So just understand that this is where I got into a problem when I zoomed out. Naturally, you're going to need something when you multi-box, and alt tabbing is actually a bad habit to develop. Once you start going with 3 clients and beyond, or even with just 2 clients when you know what you're doing, you need a client switching management tool. I'm like staring at the thing to see if I'm muted. By the way, the proper response to when I'm muted is to TTS my ass. Instantly. Just roast me. So the point is, you're going to need some way to manage your clients when you switch between them. Now, on Windows, everybody's familiar with Evo Preview. Everybody knows it. It creates these little thumbnails that you can kind of click between. It also can show what's in them. It's like little security cameras. It's very nice. It's the most common solution. There's also ISBox or EVEX, which is a fork. These are switchers, right? So these are how you manage your clients. You can add as many as you want, and to switch between clients, you can cycle, right? And just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it loops back. Or you can click, or you can even do targeted it's really hard to write for some reason with the mouse for me. Targeted switches. You can even like target, like I want to switch to this client, not the third one. I want to switch to the second one with this key. Okay. So this is the background. We use tools to multi-box. Why are they allowed? Because number 1, multi-boxing is not banned. Number 2, none of these tools actually do anything to the game. They just change the windows, right? That's why they're allowed. Okay. Now, on Linux, it's not super popular to play Eve. In 2009, they discontinued official support for the launcher and client, I think, right? So ever since then, it's been kind of the Wild West. People would use tools like Wine to build kind of like a little bit of a, I guess you would call it compatibility layer, maybe, between Windows executables and Linux, and they would create environments, and they would get Eve running, and it would break, and then get it running. But these days, we kind of rely on Proton, which is just further modifications of Wine, essentially, you can call it, from Valve and others, and open source contributors. We rely on that to run these games, right? So if we're going to run a bunch of clients at once, we're going to run Proton to run these Windows clients on Linux to do this. The problem is, these are not going to really work for that setup. We're using Proton to kind of be a compatibility layer between all these clients and the thing. It's like, these are custom built for Windows, most of them. Now, somebody did fork Evo Preview and add Linux support, but it was messy as hell every time I tried it, and I love Evo Preview and I respect them. But like the frameworks they were working with, I don't think are really have a high propensity for being successfully adopted in Linux, is my opinion, as respectfully as possible, just because of the existing framework. Now, if they started from scratch, I'd be happy to, of course, revisit that. Maybe they've done more work in the past month or 2. Anyway, regardless, there's no like great switching option that's just publicly out there as of a couple months ago or even a year ago, to my knowledge, that works under Linux. So the idea is, if you're going to switch over to Linux and multi-box, you need a way to manage these. The first video I made was even a bottle, where we use bottles instead of Steam to run these Windows clients. And then I had to use Gnome's workspace. You would basically put each one of these in a workspace and use their built-in workspace tools to switch between them. Couple issues with that, but it worked. I obviously ended up switching off of X11 and Fedora and GNOME and all this shit. And now I'm on Kashi, which is Arch-based, with Wayland as the compositor protocol, I suppose is one way to phrase it, instead of X11. So there's even more challenges to controlling the Windows. However, since I'm on Plasma as my desktop environment, they have a kind of a robust scripting system called KWin that even I can understand and get it to control kind of the middleware between the front end and the actual things, instructing the hardware to do things like switching windows. So basically, what I've done is I've created my own script for my own use case, which I use on stream every day. Like when I switch windows, this is using that script, right? Okay. So I guess what's interesting perhaps is there are many people that have their own solutions for this, and there's people that are making public solutions for this, and we're going to talk about that at the end a little bit as well, after we kind of get in through the basics. So the idea is we need to switch Windows on Linux. So you're either building your own or trusting somebody else to do it for you. Why not build your own, right? That's where we're at. Okay. Alt-tabbing out, scaling to 3. Oh, you were telling me where I was at? No doubt. Let me catch up real fast. Stop scaling past 2. Here for the jank 2. Then you yeah, my bad, my bad. Chat was really funny when I muted. Where do you get Evo preview? Yeah, so I can link to the repo. So this one's going to be old. The one Gravy linked. PrewPie is the current manager of this. Yeah, use the PrewPie one. He's forked it off since the old one is done, and there's like .NET support, and people have this running on Linux. But I think you're gonna have to know how Wine works to get it to work. There's like a FlatHub adaptation as well in the Discord if you're really into it. I have no interest in using Evo Preview on Linux, but if you're that familiar with it and want to do it, you can. There's a few reasons why I don't want to use it. Number one, I don't use previews. So why the fuck do I even care? Razna says I have a few issues with Eve X where it's freezing my clients. You're on Windows? Evo Preview Plus is up today. You want to link that for us? The repo. I want to know where Windows users. Nice. Yeah, so this is for Windows, the Evo. Yeah. Got you. Yeah, I've never used EveX to be honest. I used Evo on Windows. Don't want to be a Linus hater, but why not just use Windows? You're saying why not? You're saying if it's this much trouble, why use Linux and not just use Windows? Is that kind of what you're getting at? Is that like the heart of the question? Discord overlay? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, some of us feel very strongly that we don't want to use Windows. That's the best way I can put it. So, like, it would take a lot more than having to come up with my own software solutions to get me to go back to Windows. So you just got to imagine people feel strongly for things that don't really matter to others. Typical human variation of pathology. Some people use Linux because it's hard. I don't really like it when it breaks. It pisses me off. But it just so happens it barely breaks. Evo Plus, nice. Thank you, Darkness. I obviously haven't checked this out, but it's on GitHub. You can look the code yourself. In fact, let's look at my code on GitHub instead of in CUDA text. That makes more sense to me. But yeah, for me, it's like, I don't want to use Windows at all. I feel like, you know, just putting it bluntly, like, I feel like I don't really have much privacy there and they can kind of snoop at their own will. And which is, you know, definitely true, but it just doesn't matter to most people. But I just want to get off of that. I want to make sure what's mine can't be touched and can't be updated and all that type of stuff. So it's an ethos thing, a feeling thing. What I like about Linux is that it breaks because I broke it. Windows just spontaneously breaks sometimes. That's funny. But I like to just remind people, Gami, like, I don't give a fuck if people use Windows. That's lit, dude. I'm just enjoying Linux. That's kind of what it comes down to. If I ever didn't enjoy using Linux or didn't think it was worth it, I wouldn't stick with it. It's not a tribe thing at all for me. That's why I can kind of cringe at like the distro wars, because I really just do it because it's great. That's it. Switching to Linux reminded me what it's like to trust my own computer. Yeah, you do gotta, like, it's like when you have to learn how to maintain your own car past the brakes, you know? It's like, okay, I gotta learn how to, like, you know, actually manipulate parts on the engine itself, stuff like that. It's like, all right, well, this is a little bit of extra work, but it's not that bad. Just put the right wrench on it and put a little elbow grease into it. It's the same thing with Linux. Like, I learned how to do a bunch of really kind of interesting stuff because of this switch. So it's become, I like to compare Linux switching to like a game. It's like a game. MMO. It's wild. I'm too lazy to learn other S's. Yeah, then just, right? Then just keep trucking is the point. But I think you'll probably still kind of learn to appreciate like our passion for it. Just as long as we don't like tell you to switch, you'll probably be able to appreciate it. And people are like strictly forbidden to like tell Windows users they should switch and shit. At least on my Discord. Here, there's sometimes some banter I can't control. I got Evil working in Arch with EA or something like that. I went to SteamOS already, to be honest. A lot of people can't code. Same. I can't code. Speaking of that, let's look at my code. See if I can do this without muting myself. So basically, the client, the switcher that I'm using to switch my clients here, I'm pushing F1, F2, F3, F4, F5 to switch between them. And because I'm streaming and my processor is really old, a lot bit old, it's not, there's a black frame between them, but on a sufficient processor, that frame actually disappears. I can confirm this. And you can see how fast I can switch them at will. That's targeted switching. So this is definitely a really responsive script. It's not like it's a play thing. It actually does interface with the environment well enough. Even with Evo Preview, I could bog that thing down on Windows. By spamming it enough, it would get laggy. This thing can't get laggy, which is amazing. I guess we should just look at the code, but also if we're trying to kill time and do some gas, maybe I'll look at the description too. Yeah, let me go through the description real quick and then I'll drop the gas off. In fact, let me just go drop it off now. We'll kind of just bundle it all together without a break. Seems decent. Outrider. What's up, Ghosty? How you doing, slime boy? What's poppin'? CCP needs to rework these decies, man. Silly question, but would you be able to port this tool using the window? I mean, Evo Preview can do all this. Yeah, if you use Evo, it can do everything this thing can do and much more, and it's very fast. Now, the bogging down thing is probably just because of my hardware, if I had to be honest. Stand by, folks. We'll get some more gas going. I'm gonna turn to my script and talk about general Linux things. Say hi to Ghosty, by the way. The plan is to gain his trust and then steal his Palatine Keep Star. But unfortunately, he hasn't started collecting materials for it yet. Which is kind of problematic because without him actually hoarding materials hopelessly, he can't actually do my bidding. So we're going to need to motivate him to start collecting materials for it so we can just rob him on the highway like a highwayman. Okay, chat. The Outrider needs a co-op's cloak, the Pioneer needs a gas or a yield bonus. Yeah, so our take over here so far has been like, yeah, this isn't really a gas update. Just a couple things that touch gas. I kind of expect them to do a gas rework later, Ghosty. I wouldn't have minded one now, but I was still blown away that the Outrider is such a big upgrade for me. Ghosty had higher expectations. I respect it. Kovav's Boucher? Yikes. You know what's funny? I don't know how many people know this, but I actually knew this. When did Rorquals get excavators? Yeah, the Outrider's a 20% boost to my prospect setup. Or a 20% increase of gas to my prospect setup with 5 accounts. So Ghosty, it gets bonus boosts, like an unsieged porpoise, which dramatically increases the amount each of your prospects pull in. Plus it can throw 3 scoops on and skim while it goes. But a lot of people don't know this, but like 10 years ago I knew this mechanic. But when you have a cloak and a MJFD, you can combine them as such to where you need to like an insta-locker to catch them as the MJFD, which means in most instances, like it's almost impossible to catch a Boucher that layers the mechanics properly. It's better at boost than porp. If you look at it, they both get a 10% bonus. A porp and a Outrider both get a 10% bonus to the boost, but the porpoise when siege gets even more. Outrider can't siege. So it boosts the same as an unsieged porpoise. I tried that but couldn't get the boost to work after cloaking. I can get it to cycle. Yeah? Huh. Have you tried turning it on and off again? I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm literally a child. I'll try to show it later if I can do it. Much love, Ghosty. Yeah, so I guess I'm easily impressed. I'm happy that like I got an upgrade at all, I guess is where I'm coming from with this. You know what I mean? So if you had high hopes, my bad. Crushed. Get Dream Crush, son. Do you have to manually decloak yourself right before the cycle end? If that rider is a better booster than Porp, that's fine. I haven't had a chance with that. Pioneer's poo-poo. Yeah, I mean, as you might expect, Ghosty, like, I'm really into gas. I've been crunching the numbers on these since we heard about the patch notes on Hobo League originally. So the deal is a Venture, Faction, Pioneer, Faction, Prospect. They all scoop the exact same amount of gas per second. With equivalent scoops. All of them. Every last one of those has the exact same scoop. So the difference becomes speed and cargo bay, price, and accoutrements, like covert cloaking. My opinion is that the Prospect is still king by a huge margin over the Pioneer or Faction Pioneers. It just so happens that I use a Magoose. Some people use Beaverosts to pull their guys around and boost. But that was always an unbonused boost. It was kind of inefficient. So kind of what the play is like, we're switching our Maguses out with that. Getting these bonus boosts, and we're running scoops on it. And skimming while we boost. It's a big upgrade for us. If solo mining, why go Pioneer over a Retriever? I mean, I don't know anything about mining, G. Don't even ask me shit like that. Not on my Christmas holiday. D-Ginge wants to know about the boosting timing. I would say just keep playing with it until it works. Try activating them at the same time. See what happens. So again, the best way to look at this, Ghosty, if you want to stay sane like me, is this isn't really a gas rework. There's a couple things that kind of touched on gas, but we'll get a gas rework in a year or two, in my opinion. They never really answered for the doubling of cloud radius, which really fucked up the whole gas meta. Made it really easy to do. You don't have to Jedi mind trick anything except for one site. It's pretty nice. Yeah, alpha is yeah, so alpha is another concern here. I'm speaking from the Omega perspective. Do disregard if you're an alpha bro. Or cis. You know, I got love for all 3 ladies playing EVE Online. I will protect them like the queens they are. 20-hour mining and a venture to afford a barge. 20 hours? Dude, I could learn absolutely no Chinese in 20 hours. You better believe that. Dude, we got a fair amount more gas than mine, don't we, chat? Don't we, chat? Let's get back in there. Let's get back down to business. Once I get back on the cloud, we're going to talk about the script and everything else like that. I just wanted to not interrupt it as I got going. It's really not impressive. It's just simple stuff, but the way I've kind of, like, the story of it's kind of cool. Just a dumbass learning how Bash works to solve a problem. I'm slaying these rats with 5 Thunderchilds. God damn, you're one of those? You're one of those types? So you see somebody come by and you're, like, already docked up, right? There's no chance anybody can ever catch you. Because, like, I never caught that shit before. They always seem to get away. How do I catch you? How do I fucking kill you? You won't die. Hunters know how to avoid hunters? Alright, well, fuck off. I'll just take the L. You guys ever drink water before? I hate this stuff. Fish piss in it. Super Greybeard. Something about that name. Something about that name, rather. Let's see how much gasolina is left in this cloud. 568 million left, which means we chomped a couple 100 million up out of it while we were chit-chatting. Asking if I drink water is like asking if I touch grass. Possibly, but not lately. That's what it is. Oh no. You know what's a fun fact about your boy Chlorocon here is very often I hear the sounds of the wildlife in Ultima Online. I don't know how to describe this. But like I literally can, I just reimagine the sound effects of the animals in Ultima Online, like the deer in Moonglow. They're like, they do some crazy, and the alligators, like they're like making some crazy alligator noise. I just hear them. And I'm pretty sure it's because I played Ultima Online when I was like fucking 8 or 9. And it just was like a formative thing for me. It's not like I'm hearing them in the walls. I'm like, I'm imagining how cool they sounded and like what it was like to fight these animals. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that that's a good thing. Right? Psychologically, that's a great thing, right? Am I gonna be okay? Water is best when filtered through ground up roasted. Where's YouTube chat? Hi. Outrider is an abyssal ship. Oh shit, is that what Laura was teaching us? I need to pay attention, man. I need to pay attention to the lessons. Bring back mint chip. I don't know what that is. What's a mint chip? Is that an ice cream? Yoda Eve pipeline. Dark Age of the Camelot. Love hearing that canned bear attack sound from WoW and other media. Yes. Let's go real quick through what this looks like. And this is kind of more for me than you, but you know, whatever. I guess I'll just post this, the link, just in case you give a flying fuck. This, again, this is really not for you guys. So what I mean by that, and not for you guys, is like this is a custom built solution for my exact desktop and distro setup and for how I like to run my characters. But there are like in current development more large fitting solutions, and again I'm going to talk about nicotine, but the dude Isomark is very enthusiastic with providing a solution to Linux players. Basically, I'm assuming FOSS ethos. I don't know. I never asked them. His shit has an MIT license, I think, so he's probably FOSS head. If not, I'll just convince him to do it. It's for you? Really, Supa? Is it really? So the whole point of this client switcher is it kind of actually reflects the way I play Eve on Jolly Ranchers. Like on Jolly Ranchers, I'm sure many of you that follow my YouTube stuff know this, but the general premise is like we have a bunch of accounts, and like the military guys will be here, right? And then like the specialists will be here. And then like the prospects will be here. Right, if you lay out all the characters across the accounts. So this is like an example of 5 accounts, the characters laid across. We just log into all these at once. We log in all these at once. But there's some times where you want to like maybe log out of one of these and instead do something like this maybe, right? The point is if you hard code your hotkeys to specific characters, it ends up being an absolute jumbled mess. The point of this plugin is to make it so that by using a hotkey, you can kind of snapshot who's online now and then lock that client in. For example, if I have all of my prospect guys logged in and I snapshot it, I can log one out and that key will still work for that window, even though that guy's not logged in. And it'll, in fact, it'll work even when another guy logs in until I snapshot it again. So what happens is it basically really smooths out the whole, in my opinion, way for targeted selection among a roster of characters in a specific order. It kind of makes that into a process that can be kind of handled. And I guess that's really way too complicated, but Nightguard Fury, welcome to the stream. What's a FOSS ethos? FOSS, F-O-S-S, is free open source software. Basically software that nobody's making money on outside of donations. The opposite would be proprietary, which is owned by somebody or something for profit purposes generally. So I guess I don't have to read this. I mean, maybe it's a stream. I'm killing time. Why not? Eveman is an EVE Online client switcher for Linux's KDE Plasma, designed primarily for those who juggle many characters across fewer accounts. By supplying a list of characters and refreshing, a specific client order will lock in and allow for consistent hotkeys, even in the login screen between switches. However, it can also act as a simple cycler for less complicated multi-boxing setups. So more interestingly, it says Eveman is built to fully utilize Eve's throttling mechanics. It achieves this by minimizing inactive clients while switching. Because speed and responsiveness are important when multi-boxing, this script uses kwin script served over QtBus to actually manipulate the windows. This is basically how we get around the overhead of having to instruct our front end to do it. We just send it to the middleman. That way it smooths it out and it never gets bogged down. So it says many players believe that if an Eve client's window is out of focus or in another virtual desktop or workspace, that window will be throttled for performance purposes. But if a window is out of focus but not minimized, it'll only be partially throttled, as shown here, right? This is an example of 5 characters max graphics with no minimizing. I'm using 80% of my graphics card at best. On the other hand, minimizing a client will trigger both layers of throttling, not focused and window hidden. When fully throttled, an Eve client will consume virtually 0 resources from the GPU. Therefore, minimizing inactive windows dramatically boosts performance while multi-boxing. This is the same setup with the inactive clients minimized. I'm using 30 to 40% of the GPU, right? And so this is visible here too. As I switch clients, all the other ones are minimized as I switch. This is allowing me to basically use very little in the way of my GPU at any given moment, which is important because, you know, hardware and streaming and stuff, there's only so much you can do. Now, if you want previews, this instantly turns previews off because you're minimizing the windows. You'd have to come up with a clever solution to get that back. This is really not for a preview security cam setup. This is for performance.
Connecting.
Now, so the idea is we're minimizing inactive clients and we're allowing people to come up with like a custom snapshotable list of characters they can use to invoke the other commands, right? So the script, basically you run the script in your console, but you also have to give it a flag. Otherwise it won't do anything. And so the R refreshes the active clients. That's your snapshot. F and B are forward and backwards. A number goes to that character in that order based on who's on. M minimizes every client and kills all of your clients instantly. For example, like I have one client up right now. If I push minimize, like it doesn't matter what I have selected, everything is instantly minimized. It's really nice. Also, I have kill all clients bound as well with my normal setup. So I can push one button to kill all clients. I guess it's a little dangerous, but I trust myself. You can also combine the R flag with other stuff. I don't know who uses it. It's probably nobody. Then it's just how to use it, basically. So let's go into the scripts. I don't know if that would make my laptop run cooler. Yeah, Eve preview minimize. It has a minimize button. So if you use Evo preview, there's an option that says minimize inactive clients. That does the whole point of this. Evo preview also has, I think, some degree of dynamic switching like this. You could set up in the JSON. You just got to find a way to do it. I forget how to exactly do it. Evo preview basically takes care of everything. This is just my personal solution on Linux. It's kind of like a fun thing to do. Maybe I do want to do it in the editor instead of here. You were watching Mint Chimp LOL. I see. I see. I guess I don't know that much about Eve content creators, sadly. I need a modifier for the kill button. Yeah, you can bind it to whatever you want. I don't know, he doesn't have a cat. Who, me? I do have a cat, actually. Oh, you mean blue-gray. Got it. Ooh, I saw a really updated version of this that included AI. Shit. Let me see if I can find it. Damn it. It's on Lemmy. Damn. It was such a good one. I wonder if I could still find it. Wait, maybe I could still find it. Hold on. Maybe not. Nah, it's over. It's over. It's gone. Bro, it was worth... Oh, I found it! No shot. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. This is literally very good. No shot that I actually find this. Fuck, what do you mean? Where is it? It's old, so it's gone. Oh god, I'm so sad. I'm about to have to search for it. Dude, I'm fixated on this. Chat's like, alright, bye. You're gonna wait. Here it is, I found it. Thank goodness. The dream is real. So this is the updated version of dependency. No, wait, this isn't it. No, this is the old one. Where's the new one? Oh, I hate you. This is the fucking old one. That's the 5-year-old one. I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my marbles. I found it. Thank God. Yo, that was the hardest thing I've ever found in my entire life. Here we go. Here it is. Dude, this was hard. Now it's not even funny anymore, but I'm glad I found it. This is the modern web, folks. Welcome to this. Obviously, we've all seen the old dependency meme. We've seen modifications. But now, with the AI wedge, basically precipitating the bubble, this is perfect. What's up, NSID? How you doing? It's a pretty heart right there. It's all of them. The best part about this one is look at what happened to Microsoft. You guys see the Microsoft reference? Yeah, see you, Gummy. Microsoft is now floating in space. One button kill. Dangerous with the cat. Yeah, no, my cat doesn't jump on my desk. No way. She's a good girl. She's perhaps the goodest of the girls. Microsoft's the Angry Bird. What did Microsoft do? Microsoft is turning Windows 11 into an agentic operating system. So that's kind of why they've broken off and started floating off into quantum soup. Anyway, I just needed to share this because, like, seriously, this is this AI wedge here. This is important because shit's about to be really underfunded here in the next couple years. Anyway, let's look at some code. You filthy aminals. What do you think? Microsoft's on the government teat. Yuck and or appropriate. Let me check how much gas I have. Have I blathered my way to a I'm almost like halfway full again. It's crazy, dude. I need to stop. All right, so let's take a quick look at the code. Just a quick little goosey gander, yeah? How many Odysseus you got now? 0. How many you got? My man's got all the Odysseus's. Odyssey. I got an Outrider and I made another one and gave it away. You got 6 Odysseus. 6! So you asked me how many I had knowing you had 6. What if I had more, man? Damn, you would feel bad. You said JK, damn. I wanted to believe. Number one, I wanted to believe because I was about to buy one. Sal, if I had 6 Odysseus's, I would probably... I was gonna say give you one, but then like people would be DMing me constantly. Where's my Odysseus? How much are they now? Someone said 3 bill? I don't know. Something wild, right? So this is a bash script, severely spaced out just to work with it. It doesn't have to look like this. And this thing I've been working over time. I made a version for X11 that does something very similar. But I used X11's window manager to do the stuff. And Wayland's a little bit different. But basically the general premise here is this is a bash script which you're allowed to run in your console. This scary thing. Scary. Ooh. Enter. Bash scary command not found. Feels bad, man. So this thing is really scary. Obviously, if you start typing things in here, you just instantly die. It sucks. This place is really spooky. Help me. Anyway. So what's kind of cool, and this is something that blows my old Windows mind. You want to know something wild? If you've never used Linux before, pay attention because this is funny. You can go in Linux right now, and I could type this. I'm not going to do what you think I'm going to do. Everybody thinks I'm going to delete my home directory. I'm not. I'm going to do something even funnier to Windows users. I'm going to go into my command line. I'm going to type sudo shutdown. Now, if I push enter right now, stream's over. It's done. We're all done because it turns my computer off with, obviously I'd have to enter my password, I suppose, because it's a super user command. But basically you can tell your computer to shut down now in the console and it does it. And I kind of feel like it's a humane way to put my computer down because going through the menu feels like, it's just annoying. And like holding the button feels like you're choking it out at night. This feels like you're just putting a little dart in its neck when it's taking a nap. This is a nice way to end the computer, right? I think it's humane, right? On Windows, the thought of like entering a command into like a thing to end the computer sounds like it's like a way to crash the computer. But this is totally intended behavior. Anyway, you can also reboot that way. Hackerman.gif, fucking nailed it. Anyway. So the point is, bash script is to be called with a character or a number after. So that you call the script and then you say a number or a letter. So R, if it was called with the letter R, this would mean we want to refresh the list, right? We're using this cool package called kdotool to search all of the active windows and basically store that identifier to another file. So we're storing that for later and then we'll exit out if we're refreshing. So if you refresh, it just uses a tool to search for all the active windows and notes down which ones are active and saves it. Done. If you want to kill all clients, you just have to use the pkill command on exe file.exe and it kills everything. It's nice. If you want to minimize all clients, use kdotool or something else to search for everything in the class of an Eve window and then minimize it using kdotool. It's okay if it's slow. We don't care how fast it is because it's just like a blanket command. From this point on, we're now dealing with actual switching. So we just want to make sure there's actual clients to switch between. Then we're going to take the clients we stored earlier and store them into a workable map file. And then we're going to ask if we're going to use a cycle command, F or B. If we're doing a cycle command, all we're doing is adjusting the cycle and then setting the target to the new cycle.
Connecting.
If we're going back, we're adjusting it back. There's wraparound commands in here. It makes sense in coding to do that. If it's not a cycle command, it means it's a targeted command, like a 1 or a 2 or 3 or 4 or 12 or 20 or 90 or whatever, how many accounts you have. If that's the case, we want to make sure that we're not trying to target something more than the accounts we have. And if that's the case, we just set the target to that index of the list of clients. Done. At this point, we're going to create a temporary kwin script. Doesn't really matter how fast it is at this point because we're not actually manipulating any other windows. So we're just gonna make a temporary script in this kwin format and then load it up, and then we're just gonna run it through the QT bus. And essentially this looks like, what is this? Where is this? Let me see. This just runs a snippet of JavaScript on the dbus. And that says we're just gonna minimize all the windows that are not the target window. But the target window we're gonna keep above and bring it up. That's all. And the result is this, as you see here. Basically, I'm pushing a button to switch between them at my leisure. We could cycle between them, minimize them all. So basically the whole script is designed to get the right target and to snapshot it and to manipulate otherwise. Otherwise, we're just running a simple little block of JavaScript inside of the dbus that we've injected in there temporarily. So it's pretty lightweight and portable. I suppose the only problem is the installation of kdo tool is a little bit weird for people that are not used to kind of hobbling together a package from GitHub. I saw somebody on my Discord they had some issue with, let me see here, this fucking thing is triggering me. Perfect. Now I want to go back to a hatless stream. I can't even enjoy a hat stream now. I've just been unleashed. My hairline's just been unleashed. Alright, so somebody mentioned that when they installed kdo tool, there was no like feedback for that, so they didn't even realize it was installed. So I added this explanation here. Basically, this command is like really long, but kind of tells you what it's doing, I guess. Download stuff from this URL, and then with permission, unzip it to this location. Seems simple. But anyway, this is my mainline solution now. As mentioned, I'd like to kind of talk about like more holistic solutions for like everybody. So like nicotine's an example of that. It uses a daemon to kind of manage things in the background, which means there's like no need to snapshot or anything like that. There's mostly pros to that, in my opinion. Especially for people that run one account, one character, there's huge pros to this. But right now, Isomark has this configured in such a way to, I believe, just have client cycling on your mouse thumb buttons, like forward and back buttons. It should just work by default for those that have like a normal mouse. And it should work regardless of distro setup. Well, I guess it just has a few options. For X11 it works for anything. For Wayland you gotta use Plasma Sway or Hyperland, I suppose. But what this does is it creates like a little box on your screen, kind of like an overlay that shows you who's on, whose currently cycle it is. I'm guaranteeing it runs in middleware as well in order to have fast switches. Isomark definitely knows what he's doing. I haven't inspected that component yet. I don't really understand the code that well. But this is going to be like, this is the type, whether it's this or something else somebody else makes, this is going to be the type of thing that replaces Evo on Linux. My tool is pretty much done, and it's just for my own personal use. That doesn't mean you can't use it and make a fork of it and do something else with it. Or just use it as is, but to be clear, you're looking more at the development of stuff like this. If you're just a simple cycle switcher, this is probably what you're looking at out of the box. Schweppervescence with the follow. What's up, dude? You guys still with me? Are you guys still awake? Yeah, I told you people were gonna leave. Still mad people here, though. It's crazy. Agentic AI is pretty cool, but I can't imagine a place I'd want it less than my operating system. Alright, you had me in the first half, but yeah, I'm with you in the second half. Something can be cool, but if it's forced upon us, like, I'm not trying to do that. Hell no. This gas cloud is getting shrunk up, isn't it? I had like 900 million before, didn't it? Nicotine's exactly what I've been looking for. Sick. Yeah, no doubt. And the dude's on our Discord. Here's the link to Nicotine. Hello from Albin. Fly safe. Albin. Take care, Druid. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, no doubt. Isomark is sometimes in the Twitch chat too. So if you go to the Discord and add him anywhere, he'd love to talk about it. He's also adding targeted switching and other things as well. So basically, any feature in Evemin will probably get folded into Nicotine or future projects. Especially if you can just point them to Evemin and say, I want this. They'll just look at it and then just do that in theirs. That's the whole point of FOSS.
Jijing Zero Ping says I also love nicotine. Yeah, nicotine is a cruel mistress though. I wouldn't give her your time if you can help it. Ugh. Nicotine is a bit of a succubus in the fantasy scope. Casts a spell on you. Why do you love nicotine? Because nicotine has that spell on you. Jijing Zero Ping, how are you doing? What's going on, mister? Do you want to fight me IRL with... I'm thinking in one of those like bouncy castles, and each of us have on those moon shoes, and we also put on like the biggest clown boxing gloves possible. First one to piss himself loses. It'll be an endurance test. Konami says suck. Listen. What the... This can be arranged, Cloaca? Yo! Oh shit! Alright, I'll stop. Call me Cloaca. Speaking of my bouncy castle, man. Yeah, you got a guy for that? I was gonna say, I got a couple. If you need it. Those moon shoes would instantly kill you. He knows. Who knows what the moon shoes are? In a bouncy castle, you would insta die, you're right. You gotta be on moon shoes on a pogo stick in a bouncy castle. Number one, the pogo stick would shred the bouncy castle. Number two, the moon shoes would not allow you to actually situate on the pogo stick. But goddamn, would you be hurt trying? You would be hurt. That honestly sounds like the pretext for a Jackass skit. We need a video to watch. I'm losing it. The best potato dish we've ever made. Okay. That's looking real good right now. The hardest Souls like. It's the drone bay. Stones and coffee. Moon shoes were fun. Super Rotation says you still play on Linux? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Call of Duty 23, Black Ops 7. Oh shit, is this a new donkey one? Oh fuck, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Dude, that's aggressive. It's aggressive. You hear that shit? It just comes in hot. I'm a huge Call of Duty fan. Obviously, I buy every single edition every year. Sometimes, honestly, there's so few ways to support the developers. Sometimes I buy it twice and just give it to someone I know won't play it. So I'm a little bit biased as I watch this video. I will, of course, be rooting for the Black Ops developers to obviously monetize it as much as humanly possible and keep that awesome gameplay innovation going year after year. Is this? Is he hitting that merch? All right, I'm down. I'll watch some donkey merch.
Star Providence pen out beautiful stocking stuffers. You must race me across the world to get these models before I do.
This is a sponsor I can get on board with, as long as he doesn't pay me.
Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is an incredible feat by all teams involved. Every aspect of the game was crafted with precision and passion. By a squirrel and a chipmunk. With Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Fortnite will never be the same because now Fortnite is like Black Ops 7.
We have the enemy exactly where we want them.
We got them back at the login screen on Black Ops 6.
Call of Duty 7 innovates by innovating largely. The game is deep. The storyline is emotional.
Storyline is emotional.
Black Ops 2 is largely regarded as the pinnacle of Call of Duty.
It is?
Black Ops 7 is the first Call of Duty to feature guns as a mechanic.
We're also expanding Omni moves.
This deadass looks exactly like it was when I was playing it when I was younger.
Oh. That was a dead body. It's a skill-based game. It's a skill-based game. The game is good. Like
I love Donkey, bro.
Gotcha. Couldn't even see you.
Black Ops 2 was memorable. Black Ops 2
This is definitely my new favorite game.
this year. Ooh,
Dude, so far all the footage, in case you're listening and you can't see this, I just want to make this clear. All the footage has been Donkey taking a fucking RPG and just launching at a guy and one-shotting him. Every single clip.
7 minus Black Ops 2 is Black Ops 5.
I'm not sure he shot anyone yet.
Never played. The perk system has never mattered.
Let me reload. It takes like an hour. Yeah, take this.
Oh, he threw a grenade. All right, he's switching it up. There's the RPG. Got him.
Black Ops 2 was notable for.
He threw a drone.
Hey.
Oh, he's got a shotgun too.
We'll have
Donkey
30 new
now.
weapons available at launch.
I'm only gonna use one.
Yeah. Oh, you can do that. Hey, now I see what you do. You go shoot. Bah.
You're falling behind, Black Ops.
No,
Don't call me Black Ops. My name is Battlefield 6. There's nobody there.
We claimed the lead. Oh my God, this is my moment. Look at this 4 dudes just standing on top of each other. This is my time to shine. This is my moment. Look at this. I didn't get a single kill. Black Ops 7 makes Black Ops 2 look like Black Ops 4.
He says Black Ops 7. Oh God, Donkey's a treasure. I needed this.
The game is extremely fair.
I needed a little me time.
Introducing Omni movement. What? Introducing mono movement. Only move in one direction.
Skewer incoming.
What's a skewer?
Holy shit. He's on a beach with the Aurora Borealis now.
Standing 6'3",
Alright, that looks pretty
weighing
cool.
over 270 pounds, The Undertaker.
He only uses like the shotgun RPG launcher and like a grenade launcher. Like, I don't know how to say it, but like if you could have asked me that before I watched this, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. This is the dude who played wow, I can't remember his name. In Overwatch, what's the hook guy? Fuck. I'm so stupid. I haven't played Overwatch in a long time. What's his name? Pork Rider? What's his name? Cheese Pork Man? Belly Boy? Oh, I'm about to have to look it up. Yeah, he only played that character for like a hot minute.
Black Ops 7 marks a clear downturn for the franchise. Oftentimes,
Nobody knows Overwatch. That's amazing.
The gameplay is highly explosive. What I mean by that is that there are hundreds of explosions every.
Oh, the stream died. Feels bad, man. See, they know I'm watching a video, so they're like, all right, let's kill it now.
Second of gameplay. Bye.
Double kill?
Not today.
Catch. Your catch. Hey, let me get this. Wait, let me get another. Give me another chance.
Black Ops 7 is the 7th installment.
So many explosions.
The vehicles of Black Ops 7 are more
ATVs.
realistic than the.
No, yeah, I my stream dropped 1,300 packets. Yeah, you guys can refresh if you can hear me. It'll be caught back up. Just hanging out.
Realism of real life. Get out of my way, you know I die. Sometimes the game will launch. Right now.
Roadhog.
Throwing secondary fright. Flashbang out. Now firing first missile. 1 of 7 missiles fired. Now equipping grenade launcher. Equipping second of 18 grenade launchers. 10th grenade out. 11th grenade out. Secondary grenade online. Oh, come on. Grenade launcher, really? Another skill-based kill. By this guy? Thank you. Choo-choo, get on board, gamers, for the exciting conclusion to Black Ops 7. New technology. Brain blast. What if I just stand next to the thing and they'll think that I'm the...
Yeah, I guess, you know, as much as I love Call of Duty and Black Ops 7, you know, I think Donkey's doing a real bad job of summarizing why it's such a sweet game. I think he is.
They won't know the difference.
Maybe he'll change my mind. 2 seconds.
They call me the trickster. And you just got tricked. Trickster's trick.
That shit ends now.
All right.
This is the After Hour Chloros. Welcome to my show. 9 p.m. stream. Feels stream, man. Alright, getting back on that cloud now. This guy didn't drop his shit. There we go.
No more tricks. Tricksters trick. Tricksters trick. Tricksters trick. Tricksters trick. Tricksters trick. You just fell for my tricksters trick. With Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Call of Duty has gone back to Black Ops 7 for the first time.
You want to explain this to the board? Turn this around.
Black Ops 7 shouldn't work, and it doesn't work. This is where the people who make the game work. With Black Ops 7, we wanted the maps to be like this now. So you can see where everybody's camping. See? Some people call me the Steven Spielberg of Black Ops 7.
Why do the graphics look like so kind of cheesy? What's up with that? I feel like they're getting cheesier graphics, perhaps.
Others refer to me as the trickster.
Stay tight, we're in the lead.
Let's set up another one of my trickster's traps, because I'm such a funny guy.
Enemy with Simtex!
Not funny! Black Ops 7 is an experience.
Now I want to watch the dude get dropped again. This is one of my favorite videos, by the way.
In June of 2021, we had an update that modified Black Ops jump portal generators and added a conduit feature. Before this update, if a Black Ops wanted to drop with its fleet, it would first have to open the jump portal, pour them, and then jump itself to the sino, wasting valuable time and probably missing the kill. With the inclusion of the conduit jump, Black Ops can now jump with its fleet in one go. Any covert ops capable ship or Black Ops battleship sitting within 10 kilometers of the conduiter will be absorbed in the conduit jump when activated. The catch, if you will, is that unlike fleet warps, you cannot flag yourself exempt from the jump. This means that so long as you are in a ship capable of taking a covert ops portal and you are in fleet, you will always be absorbed in the jump. With this in mind, a couple of brave boss guys set out to infiltrate enemy organizations with Black Ops capable characters with jump portal generators fitted. This with the intention to conduit pricey targets off from citadels sitting in their respective standing fleets. And let me tell you that the results exceeded our expectations.
So let me summarize that before we actually see what happens for people that are brand new to the game. They changed this kind of jumping mechanic to let you take friends with you, but they didn't actually make that a consensual thing. So if for example, we had a friend who didn't like you very much, he could probably jump you into a group of his friends and beat you up, even though he said that he was your friend, right? Think about that. Oh, damn.
Landed. Alright, Gherkin, do your thing, man. We're ready.
Overheat your belief, boys.
Yep, tell me when you do it, we'll decloak.
Hold on, I'm still landing.
Fine.
Yeah, literally, like, it's hard not to smile seeing this happen.
Got 2 passengers inbound.
Okay. Decloak, guys, decloak, drone. Overheat scram. Marshall. Get the Marshall.
It's pretty devastating, actually. Is anybody confused about that? Okay, there's a minute. I'll explain it. Someone says, wait. It's an AoE now? Yeah, so this dude just undocked. There's two marshals sitting on undock and a tether. And so their spy undocked in a panther. And then conduited both of them because they were in standing fleet together. And so he just brought them into this trap. And both marshals die. The dude was on tether in his own home headquarters. Still got fucked out and died in a storm. Like, I don't know how to describe that to, like, someone that doesn't play Eve and, like, is balls deep in it, but, like, you're literally on the front lawn of your castle, and your friend comes out and just, like, walks up to you, and then, boink, you just end up in the enemy's dungeon, killed instantly. Like, I don't know how else to describe that, but that mechanic, obviously, I believe was changed or something. Or at least people stopped doing floating on tether shit. I forget how it worked. But this was kind of, the lid was blown on this after the conduit was live for a while. This video is basically them just doing this to high profile targets in like Horde and Fred. Sorry for the disconnect earlier. It looks like I nuked my stream. Feels bad, man. Oh, this is the double one, right? So, they only did one to Horde. And so this is them literally catching in one conduit jump, two marshals right next to each other from Frack. I just can't imagine how stupid you would feel. It'd be annoying, too, to have this happen to you right after the change. Yoink. This is basically like what whaling looks like on the bleeding edge. You find like the mechanics that have changed and immediately leverage them. They changed conduiting a little bit, or added conduiting or whatever this was. And you are now allowed to like yoink marshals out of standing fleet. This is crazy. Seems to be got some spicy males after this. I mean, this wasn't the only group doing it. This was just my favorite video. It's so goofy. It's just like, here's your marshals. Plus, I love swagger. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, of course, they have all, like, the best shit on them as well. It's just absolutely fucking disgusting. That emote was too buried. Turdinator, what's up? Hunting the most expensive ingredient in the world? Nah, I'm not trying to see them dig for truffles, dude. Fuck you. I don't like you that much. Begoniac says, here's dinner. What's up, dude? So my Twitch like dropped out, I guess. I think it kicked everybody off. Unless I'm not seeing it right. 4 AM chilling? Hell yeah. We're doing a nice US time zone stream. Basically just trying to kill some gas, hang out, test out the Outrider, show people, answer questions, chill out, you know? I might have said that one twice. It's an important one, though. It's good to stress it. Tornado says, how is it? Yeah, it's a pretty significant upgrade for me. My rough math told me that I get 20% increase when I change out the Magoose for this. Here, I'm about to just type out the math. People have been asking. I'll just type it. Okay. Yoink. Alright, let's see here. So... I'm gonna pull up Python and all this shit. We're gonna do a little bit of math and hang out. So let me do a little bit of math. Have you seen the hot crazy Matrix vid? What the fuck does that mean? No, I haven't. That sounds most curious. Cypress, what's up, G? 2 package users, what's going on? Time to roll up the scoop. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. Turning into Cindy's, huh?
Autopilot disabled.
Maybe.
Waypoint reached.
Cypress Life resubscribe with Prime. Holy smokes. Why would you go and do a thing like that? Whoa, my camera's doing the buck wild dance. It's doing the chicken legs. There we go. Got it back. Whew, camera secured. It was dangerous. My bad, dude. Forgot about Subarino. Yeah, dude. How could you? How could you just not give me money? I can't understand that. It's so selfish. Wait, I don't even have the thing on. Here we go. 37 mil left in the cloud. God damn, we've decimated it. I don't know, 9 times. I'm watching the price drop for the mutas. I want to see them out 30 mil pop. They're 60 mil right now. Yeah. Oh wow, that's not even bad for unstables. For unstables, that's it. Nah, you playing. How much is Cindy's? Are Cindy's going up? Is everything stable? Nobody cares about gas? Alright, I'll make a move after you. I'll let you go first. If you get a chance to look at that Empire Advance game, nah. I'm gonna put it on the wish list. I get recommended so many games. Honestly, it's almost impossible to look at them all. If I was dangerous for me to open, I ended up getting fixated for 3 hours. I'll try not to get focus stated, hyper fixated. I'll try my best. Sorry, epileptics, my bad. All right, real quick, let me close that. So, and then if we copy this and do here, we do Outrider. The Outrider. So, what was this shite? I said 40 over 13.4. 40 over 13.4. Right. It's 2.985. So it does a little bit of rounding. $20 or 18. 18.4. I'm doing math. Shut up, stream. Stop yelling at me. All right. So this is what it looks like, right? You can see immediately how this is a huge upgrade. I don't even have to go much further than this. Times 3. So let's just do some finalized math here. This is going to be... So this is my math. All right, if anybody wants to check this. This is it. Here it is. So you can see how I'm saying this is a big upgrade for me. I'm just going from 21.6 meters a second to 27.3. Here's my math. Keep moving, window. I'm reading it as I'm moving. All right, there's your math. All right. And there it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my sins. Father, forgive me. My bad, my bad, my bad. You got me. So we finished the site. So we'll do the thing with the stuff. Have you tried OSRS sailing yet? No. Sounds hilarious. I haven't played much OSRS in the past couple years. It's a good bit better. Yeah, I mean, that's just what the math is. I'm looking at it, you know? I remember it was 14.6. Imodium de party du spirits de pourri. I'll fight you. That's right, I'll do it. Je suis loco. So I'm gonna grab the old gasso here real quick and look for some more stuff. I honestly think I have even more gas. I just stripped an instrumental core down to the bone. I'm bad to the bone. So the idea would be we would look for some more stuff to do real quick. How long have I been streaming? 4-hour chloro stream. That's too long. Nobody's trying to hear me talk. Right? When my stream lagged, I lost every viewer I had, but I'm still going. What does that mean? That means the boy's crazy. And I still have all my favorite viewers here. Don't tell anybody. Wait, what happens if YouTube has more viewers than Twitch? Holy shit. Bro, that would be fucking amazing. Imagine Twitch would throw a fit. Twitch is silly? Yeah, no, my shit lagged. That happens. I'm glad it didn't DC though. So yeah, I mean, there's like no way out of it. The Outrider boosts better and actually scoops itself. The Magoose don't do none of that. As much as I do love the Magoose. I got love for the goose. For me, it just buffered a bit. Yeah, that does happen. 1 second, we'll turn the camera back momentarily. That's because you guys didn't subscribe to the premium chloroquine stream, which means that you wouldn't get the lag. Yeah, that's right. We're full pay to win here, baby. Alright, so we got a little gas today. It looks like 1.3 bill across the stream. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll put the old Outrider away real quick, and instead we'll do a little bit of indie, maybe look around at some stuff, look at some prices, and celebrate a job well done. Low side gas goes burr. Debating leaving Uni. I don't know if any good corpse would take you in with AML SP. I mean, what's a good corp to you? I like to think we make up for numbers with quality. Yeah, I'm mostly teasing. I remember looking at Twitch earlier today and I had like 120 viewers or something insane. But I started lagging, and lag is pretty bad over on Twitch sometimes with my setup because of my internet. And it's like now like 40 viewers. It's cracking me up. But I bang, dude. This is still too many people for my ass. That's a phrasing moment right there, my bad. Alright, so let me flick the old camera back. Oh we. Oh we. Chill corp that would make Eve into a job, no wormhole corp with fleets daily at least. I mean, you could join like a big group. I heard Horde is recruiting Dawn. I'm probably not. Shut up, Chloroquine, they say. Alright, I need Odysseus materials, chat. Who got him? Who got him? I also gotta go pee. So I'm gonna open this up. And open this up. And just leave this up real quick while I do that. So I'll be right back. Stand by, you filthy aminals. Pleasant Puffin. Welcome to the stream. You try the wormhole campus from Eve Uni? Yeah, could be a segue. Truth is, everybody changes corp eventually. It's very rare to stick in one forever. Very rare to do such things and such. And all of those. Alright, so I have an Odysseus blueprint graciously provided by one handsome chatter named Flack Inquisitor. And the question on my mind, besides being how gross can I, of course, auditorially thrust myself upon you, how do I get the materials for this? Here they are. What are they? Let's find that out. What's Expedition Command Burst? You can burst, you can buff D-scan range, probe, strength, hacking range, stuff like that. If you look at the module, you can actually kind of go through it. Can you make it all except the net resonators? I'm sure. Yeah, that seems probable. The net resonators are 900 mil. How many different things Eve Uni does? Asking around will likely get you pointed at something more your speed. I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure. So that's a lot of volume of minerals, to be fair. That would take me several trucks and a DST to pull all those tritaniums out here. Everything else is easy. I mean, I should probably just build one, right? Call it a day. Leave out the minerals. Those auto integrity seals are huge. So is the life support backup units. They're big. Damn, I hate that. Take 2 trips with my DST or my BR to get it. Some of it might be available in local markets, so I'm sure more has some of this shit for similar prices. I don't really care how much I pay. Will the OD serve you well? Me? I'm probably gonna build it just for the stream to hang out. Pleasant Puffin was thank you for the follow. Excuse me. That's bad. That's because of the extreme coffee dosage, that's why. It's tempting to just go grab that real quick. I think I might run over to Amar real fast. Let me just, out of curiosity, what do I even have here? Anything done? I see. That's a fair amount of ships done, huh? Not a lot, actually. Those are all the a la carte ones, aren't they? Yeah. We should probably set some of these timers up now. Yeah. I've kind of been working up from low to high. I want to save just a few slots, so I'll probably do like 2 more. $13 tangos. I'll put some more stuff in later when these reactions finish. A faction warfare group that's doing indie stuff instead of running sites and rowing gates. Interesting. Sounds like an identity crisis, right? Hope y'all are doing well. Those tuning in. I think I'm going to take a Hajj to Amar and take a quick look at their market and then make a jaunt over to Chitta perhaps. Tritanium situation is interesting. The Oracle technically can get it, but I'm not going to do that. It's a Garage Queen. Explain why 3-4 systems went corrupted overnight. Yeah, and remember, this shit is all corrupted in here. It's amazing. Ooh. Only towards Ren's is corrupted then. Amamake, Oscar, and Abudban are all fucking corrupt. It's so nice. Let's take a trip over there. As far as this is concerned, anything that I have an excessive amount? Not really. Let's bring a Tengu with me. Take a quick look. I'm just gonna play a little bit longer, hang out, just in case anybody's coming in. So people are still coming in asking about the ship and stuff like that. I got the math ready to go now. I also just kind of feel like playing a bit longer. I've been finding it a little bit hard to enjoy Dota 2 on a fresh account. I didn't really realize what that experience was like lately. Better to haul compressed or eh? I was hanging out in Amamake for a few hours the other day and was mostly suppressed. Suppression should be banned. Only corruption. No suppress, only corrupt. Change my mind. Somebody changed my mind. Drink some water. Doctor Device over on YouTube. I feel like probably just buy local. You know what I mean? Minerals, compressed ore, whatever we gotta do, right? Compressed ore sounds good to me. But I'm not gonna bring it from Jits. I don't really go to Jits much. I'm only gonna use Amara Jits here just because it's like an event thing. Not really a Jitta guy. The Tech 3 market has settled down a lot, by the way, folks, which is nice. I'm almost curious to look what emblems are in Jets. Let me look at that real quick. Haven't looked in like a week. Are NVIMs back down to costs? Are they? How long did that take? Holy shit. Johnbase says I was busy while all the Linux talk was happening, but it made me think about the old Eve boot INI issue. Which one is that? It's funny, my kind of Eve on Linux community, it was kind of born from a patch that broke the launcher for Linux users. And I kind of found a few Linux channels and I was like, whatever, I got a bit of an audience, let me just put together a group for us. That's how it came about. Something broke the launcher for Linux. We were like, what the fuck? Overwrote boot on the root door of Windows. That's amazing. That's just perfect. Yeah, so NVIMs have come back down, and the people that said it was the event are right. So NVIMs are such a squeezable item. If they do something to Tech 3 products, NVIMs are like the easiest money of your life to spec on, by the way. If they ever announce a buff for strategic cruisers or a new strategic cruiser, buy as many NVIMs as humanly possible, and you will be guaranteed to make a ton of money. That's my lesson I learned here. The combination of the event and the slight tweaks they made for the Tech 3 destroyers literally just skyrocketed, almost doubled the price of this crucial item that makes up most of the value of a Tech 3 product. Nuts. And it looks like it's settled down now. I mean, the reason for that kind of makes sense, right? You have a commodity, neurovisual input matrix, that is farmed by people in high-class J space, which is a small group overall, compared to the overall population. And if you have a higher demand for these products, that constituent material that is in short demand and short supply and high demand, it's gonna be extremely quick to go up and down, especially because people understand that. The corps start buying it up and it does nothing but help themselves. It's very quick to increase in value. I just haven't seen this like in a couple years or anything. I guess no Tech 3 buffs. Yeah, whatever it is. Who knows? I guess I didn't go to an instant dock. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I blame the stream. It's funny because the data sites brought in a bunch of materials. I got parts to make several integrated analyzers. Yeah. I feel like the materials for the Zugmans are ridiculously prohibitive. Just gonna take a quick look here at this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's really not much more than ninjits. It's pretty hilarious. Thank you, sellers. I'm happy to support you. The other component to this would be materials, but I'm pretty sure we can source these even closer. I don't know if I've ever seen it to be profitable to craft the Zugma. Yeah, the blueprints are in such abundance. The demand is so low, and the overall margins are like non-existent, right? So this M3Ys is going to be like 240. I can't really haul that in DSTs anytime quickly. So I'm going to probably source that in Omake Rens instead. But if we look at this stuff, it can almost all fit on the way back if we just fit properly. So let's just get like the expensive stuff there right now for the thrill of it. Oh, there's a Tengu in here. I'm like, why can't I fit this? Excuse me? There's a random ass Tengu in there. Makes sense. Let's bang. Make quite a bit of black glass implants during the event. Nice. I personally don't like care so much about speculating or making a ton of ISK or whatever, but I'm just like a weirdo, I get it. But I feel like if they do Tech 3 stuff, NVIMS is such an obvious fucking squeeze that, like, especially after I saw it this time, like, they barely touched Tech 3 destroyers. They barely made them better. And they told you an event was good for them, and that's all it took. Boom! Shit went nuts. Obviously, people heavily spec'd and made it worse, but I think that's going to happen each and every time. Poisonally. Let's look a little bit closer when we go back to Amamake and see if there's any materials over there we can grab. But the Odysseus blueprint itself is in Jitta too, by the way, so I guess there's no avoiding going back there. But I'll probably make it like tomorrow instead. Tech 3 destroyers are my favorite ship. They are awesome. In the grand scheme of EVE, like, they feel like awkward cruisers without specific niches usually, but it's hard not to fall in love with them. They really are great. I sent you a wee little delivery on Amamake. You sent me a delivery? You what, mate? Thank you. Fish, I just bought all 250 I needed, though. What am I going to do with the 2? I don't want to just take them from you now. I appreciate you, though. That's very nice of you. Now, okay, alright, word. I'll put him in the stash. Maybe I'll make another one later when I lose it. Thank you. Tech 3 destroyers look fun. I can't use the Tech 3 cruisers yet, but the Tech 3 destroyers are a ton of fun to mess around in. Yeah, no doubt. Tech 3 cruisers, It's like, I don't know how to describe it, but like it's like spike territory. If you guys know your Magic terminology, or Timmy's and Johnny's and spikes, like spike is like the competitive side of things. Like Tech 3 cruisers not only like have the ability to like do multiple things at once, like being cloaky and tanky, for example, or being high damage and cloaky or whatever it is, right? Their heat bonuses tend to like literally do extra multiplicativity onto like really important modules. And they do it for almost free because of the roll bonuses of the ship itself. So like Tech 3 cruisers are where like you literally just like leverage the shit out of modules to like, it's hard to describe to someone that's new, but you're basically overheating and getting extra value out of them on average. Plus you're having an extreme amount of like versatility and strength in the modules you do actually choose. It just makes it like really like ultra competitive, and you hear people talk about the Loki and stuff like it's bread and butter, and there's a reason for that, you know? That class of ship is really busted. Strategic cruiser as a class is not really like cruiser like a class. It's not really like hick like a class. It's like something else. It's like another level. It's like a small battleship. Tech 3 destroyers. It's like, I actually have a ton of love for these ships, and I fly them as often as I can. But the modes are less useful than I would like them to be. Travel, you know, or you can flip in defensive and try to time it, or whatever. But I would like to see like when you flip, you get a 5-second buff that like doubles it for 5 seconds to reward you for flipping. That'd be cool. Is Loki Eve's Jund? It's not, I wouldn't call it Jund, but in terms of like commonality, sure. If I mean, Jund even goes way back to when I used to play. I'm not sure what it's like today. Loki is like, it's honestly like it's a control strategy through and through. It's not mid-range, it's not aggro, it's control. It's allowed to come out of nowhere, grab you from outside of your length, and keep you there the whole time while it beats you down. So it's a really control pattern. So I can't call it Jund in good faith, but I'm sure you weren't talking about the methodology, but instead the ubiquity. Scotty says I can't use Tech 3. Oh, that's you, dude. Scotty over on YouTube. What's up, G? Is the Marshall a Timmy ship? It's whatever you want it to be. I would say there's a fair amount of Timmy, Johnny, and Spike in some of these really high-end ships. Not high, like some of the AT ships, stuff like Marshall's. It's not so cut and dry. Some of the stuff is pretty obvious, though. What's an example? People that want to solo dread, it's like, yeah, obviously. Just Timmy over here. People that really insist on making their own fits, kind of Johnny style. People that just want to win, that go on like Loki's, that go on like Vedmucks and stuff like that. That's very clearly Spike behavior. But a Marshall, it's like, you know, yeah, it's probably Timmy Power Gamer, but it's also, it could be Spike too, because Marshalls are extremely good. They're just very pricey. Could be Bubbles and Amamake, right? It's Corruption 5. I shouldn't warp directly to a Citadel. Feels weird over there? Oh shit. Because of no music? So I think what I'll do tomorrow is just set a goal to build the Odysseus, right? On stream. Warp drive active. Got a little closer here so we can 5-degree run on the Sotillo and make sure there's nothing in our way. Stance buff? Yeah, pretty much. Yep. That's a ideal, real and layman way to put it. I didn't notice the no music too. Said it. Yeah, it's pretty quiet usually, I think. If I play the music on YouTube, like the VOD is just shreked, even though I'm allowed to do it. Whatevs. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Let Bob sort them out, right? Alright, so this is now the container. So pretty much all I need is like minerals. I'll probably sort it out. It'll be fun to do it tomorrow. I'll probably just hop into the DST and make multiple trips of nearby systems unless there's something here in Amamake already. And then I'll have to go fetch the blueprint itself from Jitta, which will just take like 25 minutes round trip, I'd say. Going through lore, not even going through Rancers, so that's kind of how that works. So here's the deal. Because we lagged out and lost most of the viewers, there's no point in raiding, but for those that survived, I just want to show you some extra love. You have passed the tests. You are officially a Chlorokin disciple. Just kidding. Yeah, sometimes I lag out, it sucks, but it's okay. It's still a super fun day. Outrider, I think, is a big W. Odysseus, I think, is going to be a fixture in some of these solo adventures moving forward. So let's build it tomorrow. Take a look at it. It won't be done probably till Monday, but it'll be something to look forward to. Guys, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate every last one of you. Love the support, love the good vibes, love the chats, love it all. I'm a blessed little chatter myself. Everybody over on YouTube, Flaming Dragon, Scotty, Life After, Dr. Device, Joel. Guys, take care. Have a wonderful day, my YouTube friends. I'm not going to raid you guys out. We'll save that for Friday. Outrider okay for solo box? I think you'll get more out of Prospect. Much easier. Machina says I just got here. Oh, feels bad. Feels bad. You got a VOD. Almost 5-hour VOD for you. Take care, Machina. Blue-Gray, see ya. Heart back at you. Turtonator, pogging it up. Squirrel07, thank you for your good vibes late in the stream. Fenris, peace. Dank Gravy says 07 Chloral. Take care, man. I'll see you in the various channels of note. Saresfield, Joe, Johnny over on YouTube. Adios. Zappercon, bye-bye. Fish says thank you for the chill vibes, sir. Hell yeah, I appreciate you as a chatter, mister. US time zone stream. Woot woot. Smitch, thank you for your support. Appreciate that for real. Unnecessary. Highly appreciated. Actually makes a difference in my life. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Turtonator says good night, sir. Perfect timing. Need to get my ass to bed. I got you. I knew you needed to go to bed, so I'm gonna pretend to end the stream, and then as soon as you're gone, I'm gonna flip it back on. The Demo 07 partner. Konami says, oh, okay, miss you later. That's adorable. See you, buddy. You're a strong chatter. You're gonna make it. But I'll be back here to build you up again. I got you. Thank you so much one last time. Appreciate every last one of you. I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye, adieu.